Good morning. Today, Malta, in its capacity as Presidency of the Security Council, will preside over the quarterly open debate on the situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. The Council will be briefed by the Secretary General of the United Nations. Malta's approach in organizing and holding this open debate at high level reflects the importance Malta attaches to the situation in the Middle East. The large number of member states that will participate in this debate similarly reflects the importance that the international community is also attaching to the Middle East. We remain committed to all efforts that seek to achieve concrete progress towards a comprehensive settlement of the crisis in the Middle East. The reprehensible terrorist attacks committed by Hamas on the 7th of October, the ensuing death and destruction we continue to witness in Gaza, and the increased escalations in the West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen only underline the urgency in addressing this crisis. Let's be clear. The region is in crisis, and the threat of wider regional conflict remains ever present. Malta's message has been consistently clear. We need to collectively avoid this and focus our endeavors on dialogue and peaceful resolution of all the disputes. Immediate de-escalation and restraint are of paramount importance. Respect for international law, including the international humanitarian law, and diplomacy must be our guiding principle. Malta's position remains resolute. We reaffirm our unwavering commitment to a comprehensive political solution based on a two-state solution along the pre-1967 borders, addressing the legitimate aspirations of both sides, with Jerusalem as the future capital of two states living side by side in peace and security, in line with the relevant also Security Council resolutions and internationally agreed parameters. Thank you.
Can you explain the confusion around today's scheduling of the vote? There was confusion, sir.
The 9,608th meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is the situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. The agenda is adopted. I would like to warmly welcome the Secretary General, distinguished ministers, and other high-level representatives present in the Security Council chamber. Your presence today underscores the importance of the subject matter under discussion. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representatives of Bahrain, Bangladesh, Belgium, the plurinational state of Bolivia, Brazil, Cambodia, Chile, Colombia, Cuba, Egypt, Ghana, India, Indonesia, Iraq, Ireland, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Liechtenstein, Libya, Malaysia, Maldives, Mauritania, Mexico, Morocco, Nicaragua, Nigeria, Norway, Oman, Pakistan, Panama, Peru, Philippines, Poland, Portugal, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, Spain, Syrian Arab Republic, Thailand, Tunisia, Turkey, Uganda, United Arab Emirates, and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and Vietnam to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. I propose that the Council invite the Special Representative of the President of the Observer State of Palestine participate in the meeting in accordance with the Provisional Rules of Procedure and the previous practice in this regard. There being no objection, it is so decided. On behalf of the Council, I welcome His Excellency Mr. Ziad Abu Amr. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I also invite the following individuals to participate in this meeting. His Excellency Mr. Sheikh Nyang, Chair of the Committee on the Exercise of Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People. His Excellency Mr. Sven Koopmans, European Union High Representative for the Middle East Peace Process. His Excellency Mr. Hossam Zaki, Assistant Secretary General and Chef de Cabinet of Secretary General of the League of Arab States, and Mr. Nasser Kamel, Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. And I now give the floor to the Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres.
Mr. President, Excellencies, the Middle East is on a precipice. Recent days have seen a perilous escalation in words and deeds. One miscalculation, one miscommunication, one mistake could lead to the unthinkable, a full-scale regional conflict that would be devastating for all involved and for the rest of the world. The moment of maximum peril must be a time for maximum restraint. I reiterate my strong condemnation of the serious escalation represented by the large-scale attack launched by the Islamic Republic of Iran on Israel on 13 April. The use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state, or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations, is prohibited by the Charter. And, as I stated earlier this month, when I condemned the attack on the Iranian consulate in Damascus, the principle of inviolability of diplomatic and consular premises and personnel must be respected in all cases in accordance with international law. It is high time to end the bloody cycle of retaliation. It is high time to stop. The international community must work together to prevent any actions that could push the entire Middle East over the edge with a devastating impact on civilians. Let me be clear, the risks are spiraling on many fronts. We have a shared responsibility to address those risks and pull the region back from the precipice. The way to do so is by advancing comprehensive diplomatic action for de-escalation in the Middle East. Mr. President, it starts with Gaza. Ending the hostilities in Gaza would significantly diffuse tensions across the region. I reiterate my calls for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire and the immediate release of all hostages held in Gaza. The horrific terror attacks by Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups on 7 October, including mass killings, the use of sexual violence, torture, and the taking of hostages, were an intolerable denial of the most basic values of humanity and a breach of the most fundamental rules of international law. In Gaza, 6.5 months of Israeli military operations have created a humanitarian hellscape. Tens of thousands of people have been killed. 2 million Palestinians have endured death, destruction, and the denial of life-saving humanitarian aid, and they are now staring down on starvation. An Israeli operation in Rafah would compound this humanitarian catastrophe. The casualty figures are overwhelming and unprecedented in speed and scale during my time as Secretary General. According to UNICEF, more than 13,900 Palestinian children have reportedly been killed in intense, often indiscriminate attacks. All this has happened with severe limitations imposed by the Israeli authorities on the delivery of humanitarian aid to people in Gaza who are facing widespread starvation. Israel recently made a number of commitments to improve aid delivery, and there have been some examples of limited progress. 3 WFP convoys with a total of 25 trucks were authorized to use the Erez crossing in northern Gaza on 14, 15, and 16 April to deliver food parcels and wheat flour. The operating hours of Kerem Shalom and Nitzana crossings have been expanded from the Israeli side, but security concerns mean the hours could not be expanded to the same extent on the Gaza side. Some bakeries have resumed operations in northern and central Gaza, the first to reopen in months. But apparent progress in one area is often cancelled out by delays and restrictions elsewhere. For example, although the Israeli authorities have cleared more aid convoys, those clearances are often granted when it is too late in the day to make deliveries and return safely. One can say that our personnel cannot operate in darkness in a war zone littered with unexploded ordnance. So the impact is limited, sometimes nil. The clearances increase, but there are continued obstacles to aid for people who are in desperate need. During the week of 6 to 12 April, Israel denied more than 40% of UN requests that required passing through Israeli checkpoints. We urgently need meaningful, measurable progress, including, for example, the unrestricted delivery of aid via Ashdod port and restarting of the Nahal Oz water line. To avert imminent famine and further preventable deaths from disease, we need a quantum leap in humanitarian aid to Palestinians in Gaza. Food is essential, so are clean water, sanitation, and health care. This means addressing the challenges impeding delivery on the ground. Humanitarian agencies, led by UNRWA, which is the backbone of our operations, must be able to move food and other supplies safely and via all possible routes and crossings into and throughout every part of Gaza. That requires improved delivery systems around all supply routes and entry points. Humanitarians also need security. Nearly 250 aid workers, including more than 180 of our own staff, have been killed in Gaza. I repeat my call for thorough investigations into this tragic death. Just last week, a UNICEF vehicle traveling with a convoy was caught in crossfire. Delivering aid at scale requires Israel's full and active facilitation of humanitarian operations, including through a functioning humanitarian notification system and improved and direct communications between humanitarians and military decision-makers on the ground. This is essential and must be implemented immediately. For the moment, our aid operations face enormous difficulties and are barely functional. They cannot operate in an organized, systematic way. They can only seize opportunities to deliver aid whenever and wherever possible. And humanitarians alone cannot address the enormity of the needs in Gaza. The private sector is critical. Increasing commercial traffic is essential. What is needed is clear: an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza, the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages, and the unimpeded delivery of humanitarian aid. The international community has a shared responsibility to do everything possible to make this happen. Mr. President, a comprehensive de-escalation approach must also reverse the explosive situation in the occupied West Bank. More than 450 Palestinians, including 112 children, have been killed in the occupied West Bank since 7 October. The majority by Israeli forces in the course of their operations and in exchanges between Israeli forces and armed Palestinians. Others were killed by armed Israeli settlers, sometimes in the presence of Israeli security forces who reportedly stood by and did nothing to prevent these killings. Last year saw the highest number of such attacks and incidents of violence and intimidation against Palestinian communities since the United Nations began recording them in 2006. 17 Israelis, including one child, have also been killed in the occupied West Bank and Israel since 7 October. In addition to this number, the reported killing of a 14-year-old Israeli boy over the weekend set off another wave of armed settler attacks against at least 37 Palestinian villages in the occupied West Bank. 4 Palestinians were killed, including a 17-year-old boy. I condemn all violence against civilians. I urge Israel to make immediate steps to end the unprecedented levels of settler violence and to hold accountable those who have perpetrated such attacks. And I call on Israel as the occupying power to protect the Palestinian population of the occupied West Bank against attacks, violence, and intimidation. The backdrop to this appalling surge in violence is the continued expansion of Israeli settlements, in themselves a violation of international law, and repeated large-scale Israeli operations in Palestinian areas. Declarations that areas now constitute Israeli state land, together with legal decisions that strengthen settlements and potentially increase demolitions and evictions, risk undermining the contiguity of a future Palestinian state and deny hope to a generation of Palestinians. Israel and the international community must support and work with the new Palestinian government to address its fiscal challenges, strengthening its governance capacity, and prepare it to assume its responsibilities in Gaza in the future. I urge all actors to recognize the critical role the Palestinian Authority should play in Gaza and works towards enabling its return in the appropriate time. Mr. President, the ultimate goal remains a two-state solution, Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security, with Jerusalem as the capital of both states on the basis of UN resolutions, international law, and previous agreements. That means an end to the occupation and the establishment of a fully independent, democratic, contiguous, viable, and sovereign Palestinian state with Gaza as an integral part. The international community has a responsibility and a moral obligation to help make this happen. Mr. President, regional de-escalation efforts must also address the extremely fraught situation in Lebanon, particularly along the Blue Line. Exchanges of fire between Israel forces and Hezbollah are exacting a mounting toll on civilian communities in Israel and Lebanon. Dozens of civilians have been killed and tens of thousands displaced on both sides of the Blue Line. These exchanges could take on a momentum of their own. Strikes deep into the territories of Lebanon and Israel could ignite an even more serious confrontation, as we have seen in the past. I call on all parties to exercise maximum restraint and avoid further breaches of the cessation of hostilities under the framework of Resolution 1701. The United Nations stands ready to support the efforts of several countries to encourage de-escalation and to work towards a diplomatic solution. Mr. President, regional de-escalation efforts must also ensure the safety of navigation on the Red Sea, respecting the rights and duties relating to maritime navigation in accordance with international law. Houthi attacks on merchant and commercial shipping continue to disrupt global trade. They have been met with strikes by the United States and the United Kingdom. Armed confrontations on this crucial waterway increase risks across the board. Risks to supply chains, risks to an environmental disaster from a damaged cargo ship or oil tanker, risks of a serious escalation and a confrontation between major powers with appalling political, security, economic, and humanitarian repercussions. All attacks on merchant and commercial shipping on the Red Sea must end immediately. The international community must act together to prevent escalation in the Red Sea that would exacerbate tensions and undermine regional peace and security and international trade. And the people of Yemen must be supported towards a political process for a sustainable and just peace. Mr. President, the Middle East is on a knife edge. Recent escalations make it even more important to support good faith efforts to find lasting peace between Israel and a fully independent, viable, and sovereign Palestinian state. Failure to make progress towards a two-state solution will only increase volatility and risk for hundreds of millions of people across the region who will continue to live under the constant threat of violence. I urge every government involved to use its influence and leverage to promote trust building, mutual security, and regional peace. We have a shared moral obligation to advance a comprehensive Middle East de-escalation effort in order to reduce risks, increase stability, and pave the way towards peace and prosperity for the countries and people of the region and beyond. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for his briefing. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ziad Abu Amar, Special Representative of the President of the Observer State of Palestine.
السيد الرئيس،
Mr.
معالي
President,
الأمين العام
Your Excellency,
السيد
the
أنطونيو
Secretary
غوتيريش،
General, Mr.
أصحاب
Antonio Guterres,
المعالي والسعادة
Your
الوفود
Excellencies,
الموقرة،
ladies and gentlemen.
يشرفني أن أنضم
It is
إليكم
my
اليوم
honor to join you
في هذا
today
الاجتماع الهام،
in this important
وأود أن أتقدم
meeting.
بالشكر الجزيل
I would
لكم
especially
السيد
thank you,
الرئيس
Mr. President,
على عقدكم
for
وترأسكم
holding
هذا الاجتماع
and
الوزاري.
presiding over
كما أود
this
أن
ministerial
أعبر عن
meeting.
امتنان
I
دولة
would
فلسطين
also like to express the
للأمين العام
gratitude
للأمم
of the state
المتحدة
of
السيد أنطونيو غوتيريش
Palestine to the
على
Secretary General of the
إحاطته
United Nations,
وقيادته
Mr.
النبيلة
Antonio
والحكيمة
Guterres, for
لهذه
his wise
المنظمة،
leadership of this
خاصة
organization,
في ظل الكارثة التي يمر
especially
بها
given
قطاع غزة.
the catastrophe that is currently
واسمحوا لي أن أقدم
happening
الشكر
in the
الجزيل
Gaza Strip. I would also
للجزائر
like to
الشقيقة
thank
على وضع القضية
Algeria
الفلسطينية
for placing
كأولوية
the Palestinian
على
cause
أجندة أعمال
as a
المجلس،
priority on
بما
the
في
agenda
ذلك
of the Security Council,
عضوية دولة
including
فلسطين
the
في
membership
الأمم
of the State
المتحدة.
of Palestine in the United Nations.
نتقدم بالشكر والامتنان
We would also
للدول
like
التي
to
اعترفت
express
بدولة
our
فلسطين
thanks and gratitude to the
ولشعوبها
countries that
على
recognize the
إيمانها
state of
بعدالة
Palestine
قضيتنا
and the peoples of the
وبحقنا
world
في تقرير
that
المصير
believe in
على
our
أرض
right to
وطننا
self-determination in
ونشكر
our land,
أيضاً
the state of
الدول
Palestine.
التي
We also
طورت
thank
علاقاتها
the countries that developed their
وتعاونها
relations
معنا
and that cooperated
ونتمنى
with us.
أن تعترف هذه
And we do
الدول
hope that
بدولة
these
فلسطين
countries
في
will
أسرع
recognize
وقت
the state of
تصديقاً
Palestine
لمبدأ
as soon
المساواة
as
بين الأمم
possible, based
والاحترام
on the
المتبادل.
principle of sovereign equality between
نجدد
nations
امتناننا
and
العميق
mutual respect.
لكل الدول التي
We also
أيدت
renew our
حصول دولة
gratitude to
فلسطين
all
على
countries
الصفة
that
المراقبة في الجمعية
supported
العامة
Palestine
وتلك التي
receiving
طلبت
the
من مجلس
status
الأمن
of
أيضاً
observer state
النظر في
and the
طلب
states
العضوية
that
الكاملة
called on the Security
لدولة
Council to
فلسطين
look
في الأمم
into
المتحدة
and consider the full
وللمجموعة
membership
العربية
of the state of
والإسلامية
Palestine
ودول
in the
حركة
UN.
عدم
We
الانحياز
also thank
لانضمامها
Arab
لهذا الطلب
countries and
حسب
the
ما تم
non-aligned
الاتفاق
movement for
عليه
joining
في قمة
this
الرياض
request
وقمة
based
كامبالا.
on the Riyadh summit.
السيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة،
Mr.
إن محنة
President,
الشعب
ladies and
الفلسطيني
gentlemen, the plight
التي
of the
بدأت منذ
Palestinian
أكثر من
people
قرن من
has
الزمان
started over
لا
a
تزال
century
قائمة.
ago and is
فقد
still
كان الشعب
ongoing. The
الفلسطيني
Palestinian people
ضحية
was
أحداث
the
وقرارات
victim
دولية
of events
لم تكن من
and
صنع يديه
international resolutions
وضحية
and
تاريخ
decisions that were
ليس
outside of their
بتاريخه.
control.
هذا
The
الشعب الذي
Palestinian
تعرض
people is the
للنكبة عام
victim of a history that is not
1948
of their
والاحتلال
making.
الإسرائيلي
This
منذ العام
people has suffered a
1967
catastrophe in 1948 and the
ولا
Israeli
يزال
occupation since
يتوق
1967.
اليوم إلى ممارسة
We are
حقه
still
في تقرير
longing to
المصير
practice our right to
وإلى العيش
self-determination,
بحرية
to live
وأمن
in
وسلام
freedom,
في
security
دولة
and peace
مستقلة
in an independent state,
أسوة
similar
ببقية
to
شعوب
other
العالم.
countries around the
ولقد
world.
قدم ولا زال
We have made
التضحيات
and
الجسام
continue to
من
make
أجل ذلك.
great sacrifices to achieve this goal.
ومنذ العام
Since
1988
1988,
أبدت قيادة الشعب الفلسطيني
the Palestinian
المتمثلة
leadership
في منظمة
represented
التحرير
by the
الفلسطينية
PLO,
الممثل الشرعي
the
والوحيد
only
للشعب
legitimate
الفلسطيني
representative of the
الاستعداد
Palestinian
الكامل
people. The
لطي صفحة
Palestinian
الصراع
leadership has showed
والجلوس إلى طاولة المفاوضات
preparedness to close the
لإيجاد
chapter of
حل
conflict
عادل
and sit at the
وشامل
negotiations
ودائم
table to find
للقضية
a just,
الفلسطينية.
comprehensive and permanent solution
وذهبت في
for the
هذا
Palestinian
السياق
question.
وفيما
In this
بذلته من
regard,
جهد
we
صادق
have made
إلى
every
أبعد
possible
الحدود
genuine effort.
وقدمت
We have
تنازلات
made
تاريخية
unimaginable
لم
historic
تكن تخطر على
concessions
بال من
in
أجل
order
تحقيق
to
السلام
achieve a
القائم على
peace
حل
that is
الدولتين
based on the
بما
two-state
يكفل
solution,
قيام
to
دولة
guarantee the
فلسطينية
establishment
مستقلة
of an
وكاملة
independent
السيادة
Palestinian state
على حدود
that
الرابع
is
من
sovereign
حزيران عام
along the lines of June 4,
1967
1967,
وعاصمتها القدس
with East
الشرقية
Jerusalem
وحل
as its
قضية
capital,
اللاجئين
in addition to
الفلسطينيين
resolving the
على
issue of
أساس
Palestinian
القرار رقم
refugees
194
based on
دولة
Resolution
تعيش مع
194,
جيرانها
a
بأمن
Palestinian
وسلام.
state that lives with its
ومنذ
neighbors
العام
in security and
1993
peace. Since
سلكت القيادة
1993,
الفلسطينية
the Palestinian
طريق
leadership
المفاوضات
chose
على
the
أمل
path
أن
of
تفضي
negotiations,
هذه المفاوضات إلى
hoping that
الحل
these
المنشود
negotiations will
وأيد
result
المجتمع الدولي
in the
مبدأ حل
desired
الدولتين
solution. The international
وتوج هذا
community
الموقف
supported the principle of the
بقبول
two-state
دولة
solution,
فلسطين
and this
عضوا
position
مراقبا
culminated
في
in
الجمعية
accepting the state
العامة
of
للأمم
Palestine as an
المتحدة
observer
في
member
العام
in the General Assembly
2012.
of the United Nations in
ومنذ ذلك
2016.
الحين
And since
ودولة
then,
فلسطين
the state of
تسعى
Palestine has
وتطالب
sought
العالم
and has called on the
بقبولها
world to
عضوا
accept
كامل
it as a
العضوية
full
في
member
المنظمة
of
الدولية
the United Nations,
لإيماننا الراسخ
because we believe
بأن قراراً
that
دولياً
an
بهذا الشأن
international
يحمي
resolution
حل الدولتين
of this regard
ويجسد
will protect
حق
the
الشعب
two-state
الفلسطيني
solution
المشروع
and
في
will
دولة
reflect the
مستقلة.
Palestinian people's
ولكن
legitimate
وللأسف
right to an
الشديد
independent
كان
state.
هناك من
However,
يعطل
unfortunately,
مثل هذا
some
القرار
try to
دون
hinder the
وجه حق
adoption
وتحت
of this
ذرائع
resolution
واهية.
under weak pretenses.
إن منح فلسطين العضوية
Granting
الكاملة في
Palestine
الأمم المتحدة
full membership
من
at the
شأنه
United Nations
أن يرفع جزءاً من
will
الظلم
lift
التاريخي
some of
الذي
the
تعرضت
historic injustice
وتتعرض له أجيال
that
متتابعة
succeeding
من الشعب
Palestinian
الفلسطيني
generations
وأن
have been
يفتح
subjected
آفاقاً
to.
واسعة
It will
أمام
open
تحقيق
wide
سلام
prospects
حقيقي
before
قائم
a
على
true
العدل
peace based
سلام
on justice,
تنعم به
a
دول
peace
وشعوب
that the
المنطقة
countries and the
كافة.
peoples of the region
وفي
will
هذا
enjoy.
السياق
In
من
this regard,
حقنا أن
it is
نتساءل
our right to wonder
كيف يضر
how
الاعتراف
could grant
بدولة
and
فلسطين
recognize Palestine,
ومنحها
the state of
العضوية
Palestine.
الكاملة في الأمم
How could
المتحدة
granting the state of
أسوة
Palestine
ببقية
full
دول
membership at the
العالم
United Nations
بفرص
similar to other
تحقيق
countries around the
السلام بين
world, how could this
الفلسطينيين
damage the
والإسرائيليين؟
prospects of peace between
وكيف
Palestinians
يضر
and
هذا
Israelis?
الاعتراف
How could this
وهذه
recognition
العضوية
and this
بالأمن
membership
والسلام
harm
الدوليين؟
international peace and
هذا السؤال
security?
أيها السيدات والسادة
This question, ladies
موجه على
and
وجه
gentlemen,
التحديد للولايات
we ask it
المتحدة
specifically
الأمريكية
to the
ودول
United
أخرى
States and other
تعارض
countries
منح دولة
that
فلسطين
oppose
العضوية الكاملة
granting the state of
بينما
Palestine
هي
full
تعترف
membership
بإسرائيل
at a time when they
الطرف الآخر في
recognize
الصراع
Israel,
الفلسطيني
which is the other
الإسرائيلي
party in
وسبق أن
the
منحتها العضوية الكاملة
Israeli-Palestinian
في الأمم
conflict
المتحدة.
and has granted Israel full
وردا على
membership
من
at the
يقول
United Nations.
إن
And to
الاعتراف
those who say that
بالدولة
recognizing the
الفلسطينية
Palestinian state
يجب أن
must
يأتي عبر
happen
المفاوضات
through
وليس
negotiations
بقرار
and not
أممي.
through a UN
نحن
resolution,
نتساءل أيضا
we wonder
كيف تم
once
تأسيس
again
دولة
how
إسرائيل
was the
والاعتراف
state of
بها؟
Israel
ألم
established?
يكن ذلك
How was
عبر
it
قرار
recognized?
أممي
Wasn't
هو
that
القرار
through
رقم
a UN
181
resolution, which is resolution
رغم أن
181?
إسرائيل لم تفي
Although
بشروط قبول
Israel did not
عضويتها
honor
بالأمم
the
المتحدة
conditions to accept its
والمتمثلة
membership at
بتنفيذ
the United
القرارين
Nations,
رقم
and that is
181 و
implementing
194.
resolutions 181 and
إن
194.
قرارا بمنح فلسطين العضوية
Such a
الكاملة
decision to grant the
سيشكل
state
في
of
واقع
Palestine
الأمر
full membership
ركيزة هامة
will be
من
an
ركائز تحقيق
important
السلام
pillar
في
to achieve
منطقتنا
peace in our
لأن
region,
الصراع الفلسطيني
because the
الإسرائيلي
Palestinian-Israeli
بآثاره
conflict
المختلفة
in its
أصبح
different
يتجاوز
dimensions
حدود فلسطين
now
وإسرائيل
goes beyond
ويمتد
the
إلى
borders
أماكن
of
أخرى
Palestine and
في
Israel
منطقتنا
and
وفي
impacts
الشرق الأوسط
other
والعالم بأسره.
regions in the Middle East
ولذلك
and around the
فإننا
world.
نرى أن
Therefore,
الوقت
we
قد
believe
حان
that it is
لكي
high
يتحمل
time for the
مجلس
Security
الأمن
Council to
المسؤولية
shoulder
التاريخية
its historic
بإنصاف الشعب
responsibility
الفلسطيني
to give justice
بتبني
to the
وإصدار
Palestinian
قرار
people by
بقبول
adopting
فلسطين
a
عضوا كامل
resolution to
العضوية
accept Palestine
في
as a
الأمم
full
المتحدة.
member of the United
إن من
Nations.
يعطل
Those
إن من
who are
يعطل
trying to
مثل هذا
disrupt
القرار
and
لا
hinder the
يساعد
adoption of such
في
a
تعزيز
resolution,
فرص تحقيق
they are
السلام
not helping
بين
the
الفلسطينيين
prospects of peace between
والإسرائيليين وفي
Palestinians
الشرق
and
الأوسط بشكل
Israelis
عام.
and the prospects for peace in the Middle
ومن
East in
الطبيعي
general.
أن هذا القرار لن يكون بديلا عن
This
مفاوضات
resolution
سياسية
naturally
جادة
will not be the
وفي إطار
alternative
زمني
for
محدد
serious political
لتنفيذ حل الدولتين
negotiations that are
والقرارات
time-bound to
الدولية
implement the
ذات
two-state
العلاقة
solution or relevant
وحل ما بقي عالقا من
Security Council
قضايا
and GA
بين
resolutions
الفلسطينيين
and to resolve what
والإسرائيليين.
is pending,
إن
the
هذا
pending
القرار
issues between
سيمنح
Palestinians and Israelis.
الفلسطينيين
However, this
الأمل
resolution will
بحياة
grant
كريمة
hope
في
to the
إطار
Palestinian
دولة
people, hope
مستقلة
for a decent life
بعد
within
أن
an
تبدد
independent
هذا
state.
الأمل في السنوات
After
الماضية
this hope
بسبب
has
تعنت الحكومة
dissipated over the
الإسرائيلية
past years
التي
because
أصبحت
of the
ترفض هذا
intransigence
الحل
of the Israeli government
علانية
that has
وبشكل صارخ
rejected this
وخاصة بعد الحرب
solution
المدمرة
publicly and
التي تعرض
blatantly,
لها قطاع
especially
غزة
following the
وإعادة
destructive war
احتلاله
against the Gaza
من
Strip
قبل إسرائيل.
and after the reoccupation
وفي
of the
هذا
Gaza
السياق
Strip by
لا
Israel.
يفوت
In
دولة
this
فلسطين
regard, the state of
أن تتوجه
Palestine
بالشكر
would
العميق
like to
لجميع
express
الدول
its thanks
التي
to
اعترفت في
all the
مراحل
countries
مختلفة
that
بدولة
recognize the
فلسطين
state of
ودعمت
Palestine
بكل
and
جد
sincerely
وإخلاص
and
منح
seriously
العضوية
supported
الكاملة
granting the state
في
of
هذه
Palestine
المنظمة
full
الدولية.
membership in this international organization. Ladies and gentlemen,
على مدى 12 عاماً
over the
وبعد
past
أن
12
قبلت
years,
عضواً مراقباً في
after
الجمعية
Palestine
العامة للأمم
was
المتحدة،
granted
أثبتت دولة فلسطين
observer
بدورها
status
الإيجابي
at the General
ومواقفها
Assembly,
البناءة
the state of
جدارتها
Palestine
بالعضوية
played
الكاملة
a positive
في
and
منظمتكم
constructive role
الموقرة.
in your
فأرجو أن
august
تمنحوها الفرصة
organization. So
لكي
we do
تصبح
hope you
جزءاً
will give us
أصيلاً
the
من
opportunity
الأسرة
to
الدولية
become an
التي
integral part
تعمل
of the
من أجل
international
تحقيق
community
السلام
that is
والأمن
working to
الدوليين.
achieve international peace and security.
السيد الرئيس،
Mr.
إن
President,
انشغالنا اليوم بطلب العضوية الكاملة
today we are asking
لدولة
for
فلسطين في
full
الأمم
membership
المتحدة
for the state
لا
of
يجب
Palestine at the
ولا
United
يمكن
Nations.
أن ينسينا للحظة
However,
واحدة
this does
ما
not
يجري في
mean
قطاع
that we
غزة
forgot
من
what is
حرب
happening
مدمرة
in the Gaza Strip.
وشاملة تشنها
This
إسرائيل
comprehensive
ضد
destructive
شعبنا
war
منذ
waged by
6
Israel
أشهر
against our
ولا
people
تزال.
over the past
ذهب
6 months.
ضحيتها حتى الآن
It has
أكثر
claimed
من
the lives of
35
over
ألف شهيد فلسطيني
35,000 Palestinians.
و80 ألف جريح
80,000
معظمهم
were
من
wounded,
الأطفال والنساء
mostly
والشيوخ
women,
وجرى
children, and the
خلالها
elderly.
تدمير
They
معظم
have
المرافق
destroyed
الحيوية
most
في القطاع
vital facilities in
من
the Gaza
مساكن
Strip. They've
وطرق
destroyed homes,
ومستشفيات
routes,
ومدارس
hospitals,
وجامعات
schools,
ومساجد
universities,
وكنائس
mosques,
ومحطات
churches,
كهرباء وتحلية مياه
water
وتهجير
and
غالبية
energy
أبناء
supplies.
القطاع من
They have
أماكن
displaced
سكناهم
the majority
حيث
of the
أصبح
residents
الجزء
of the
الأكبر من
Strip.
القطاع
The
غير
majority
صالح
of the Strip
للحياة
is now
ولكن غزة لن تموت وستعود مدينة
they cannot
تزخر
live there
بالحياة كما
anymore because it
عهدناها
was destroyed.
إن من سيموت
Gaza
ويندثر
will
هو
come back.
الاحتلال
What will be destroyed is the
وتتواصل
occupation.
اعتداءات الجيش
The
الإسرائيلي
attacks of the Israeli
وإرهاب
army
المستوطنين على
continues.
أهلنا
They continue to
في مختلف
terrorize our
مدن
people
وقرى ومخيمات
in
الضفة
different
الغربية وفي
cities,
القدس
villages,
فما
and
آن
camps
الأوان
in the West
لهذه
Bank and in
الحرب وهذه
Jerusalem.
الاعتداءات
It is
أن
high time
تتوقف
for this war
وما
and
آن
for these
الأوان
attacks to
لهذا
stop.
الاحتلال أن
It is high
يرحل.
time for this occupation
إن
to end.
مجلسكم الموقر
Your
مطالب
august
اليوم
council,
أكثر
we
من أي
call
وقت
on you
مضى
today
بالتدخل
more than
السريع
ever to
واتخاذ
swiftly
الإجراءات
intervene
الواجبة
and take the
لإجبار
necessary
إسرائيل على
measures
وقف
to
عدوانها
compel Israel to
وإدخال
put an end to its
المساعدات
aggression,
الإنسانية
to allow the
لشعب
delivery
يتضور
of
جوعا
humanitarian
والانسحاب
assistance
الفوري
to
من قطاع
starving
غزة
people, to
والانصياع
immediately
للقانون
withdraw from
الدولي
the Gaza Strip,
وقرارات
to
الشرعية
comply with
الدولية
international law
ولا
and
يجوز
the
للمجتمع الدولي
resolutions
أن
of
يسمح
international
لأي دولة
legitimacy. The international
أن تكون
community
فوق القانون
cannot
الدولي
stand idly
وأن
by
تفلت
while a
من
country
المساءلة والعقاب.
is above international law
إن
and
إسرائيل
enjoys
تتحمل
impunity.
المسؤولية الكاملة
Israel
عن
shoulders
حجم
the
الدمار
full
الهائل
responsibility
الذي
for
لحق
the great
بقطاع غزة
destruction
بسبب
that the
عدوانها
Gaza Strip
المتواصل
has suffered
عليه
from because of its
والمسؤولية أيضا
continued aggression.
تقع على عاتق تلك الدول
It is
التي
also
تدعم
the
إسرائيل
responsibility of
بالسلاح
countries
والمال
that has supported
للاستمرار في
Israel
عدوانها
with weapons and
وتوفر لها
funds
الحماية
that has
السياسية.
provided
إننا
Israel
نعول
with
على
political
الدول
protection.
والشعوب
We
المحبة
rely
للسلام في
on
وقف الحرب والعدوان
peace-loving
وتقديم
nations
الدعم
to end this
والإغاثة
war, to end this
الإنسانية
aggression, and to
لسكان
provide support
قطاع
and
غزة.
relief to the
وعلى
residents
الجميع
of the Gaza
أن
Strip.
يدرك
Everyone
وإسرائيل
must
تحديدا
recognizes
أن
Israel
الأمن لن
particularly
يتحقق بالحروب
that
التي لا
security
تنتهي
cannot be achieved
طالما
with
ظل
endless
الاحتلال
wars
قائما.
as long
إن
as
السلام
occupation
القائم على
stands.
العدل
A
هو
peace
الذي
that is
يحقق
based on
الأمن
justice, this will
والاستقرار
achieve
للجميع.
security and stability
وأخيرا
for all.
وكما أثبتت التجربة والوقائع التاريخية
History has
لن
taught us
تنعم
that
منطقتنا
our region
بالاستمرار
will not
دون
enjoy
استقلال دولة
stability
فلسطين
without the
وسيادتها على
establishment
حدود
of
الرابع
an
من
independent
حزيران عام
Palestinian state
67
along the lines of June
لعاصمتها
4,
القدس
1967,
الشرقية
with East
لتعيش
Jerusalem
بأمن
as its
وسلام
capital, to
مع
live
جيرانها.
in security and peace
السيد
with
الرئيس
its
السيدات
neighbors.
والسادة
Ladies and
إن
gentlemen,
قرارا دوليا بمنح
an
فلسطين
international
العضوية
resolution to
الكاملة
grant
في
Palestine
الأمم
full
المتحدة
membership
في
at the
هذه
United
الظروف
Nations
الحالكة
under
التي
these
يمر بها
dark
الشعب الفلسطيني وفي
circumstances
ظل استمرار حرب الدمار
and
الشامل
as
الذي يتعرض
the
له قطاع
war
غزة
of full
وسكانه
destruction
هو
continues
بمثابة
against
رفض
the Gaza Strip
للعدوان
and its residents.
وإصرار على احترام
This
القانون
international
الدولي
resolution
وحقوق
would be a
الإنسان
rejection
وحق
to
الشعب
aggression. It
الفلسطيني
would insist on
في العيش
respecting
بحرية
international
وكرامة.
law, human rights, and the right of the Palestinian people
ليس
to live in
هناك
freedom
لحظة
and
أيتها
dignity.
السيدات والسادة أفضل من هذه اللحظة لكي يقف
This is
المجتمع
the
الدولي
perfect time, ladies
ومجلسكم
and
الموقر
gentlemen, for the
عند
international
مسؤولياته
community and
السياسية
your council
والقانونية
to shoulder their political,
تجاه
legal,
قضية
and
الشعب
moral
الفلسطيني
responsibilities
العادلة
towards the just
وحقه في
Palestinian
نيل
cause
حريته واستقلاله
and the right of the
ولكي
Palestinian people
ينتصر
to freedom and independence,
لمبادئ الحرية والعدل
so that the
والسلام.
principles of
كل
justice
ثقة
and peace can
بأنكم
prevail. I
ستقفون
trust
إلى جانب
that you will
الحق
stand
الفلسطيني.
with
شكرا سيد
the
الرئيس.
Palestinian justice. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Awamar for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished ministers, colleagues, Secretary General, how many times has this Council met to discuss ways to advance the release of our hostages held in Gaza? How many times? Not even once. How many condemnations has this Council issued against Hamas or for their heinous October 7th massacre? Zero. Zero. Yet rather than condemning Hamas's atrocities or taking action, real action, to bring our hostages home, this Council will be voting upon a resolution to recommend granting the Palestinian Authority full membership status, a Palestinian state. How detached from reality can this Council be to dedicate its time and resources to support a resolution so disconnected to the reality on the ground? To a resolution that will have zero positive impact for any party, that will cause only destruction for years to come and harm any chance for future dialogue. Colleagues, 6 months after October 7th, the most brutal massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, this Council seeks to reward the supporters and perpetrators of these atrocities with statehood. The child-murdering Hamas rapists are watching this meeting and they are smiling. There is no bigger prize for terror than today's meeting. Let me remind everyone, the basic requirement for admission to the UN are A, permanent population, B, defined territory, C, government, and D, capacity to enter relations with other states. But, above anything else, a very important principle stated in Article 4 of the UN Charter is, and I quote, membership in the United Nations is open to all peace-loving states. Peace-loving. What a joke. Does anyone doubt that the Palestinians fail to meet these criteria? Did anyone hear any Palestinian leader even condemn the massacre of our children? The Palestinian Authority has absolutely no control over Gaza. You all know it. Everyone knows it. But even in Judea and Samaria, entire neighborhoods and cities are ruled by other terrorist gangs, Lion Den, others. And the Palestinian Authority, ironically, has no authority. So who is the Council voting to recognize today and give full membership status to? Hamas in Gaza, Palestinian Islamic Jihad in Nablus? Who's going to be in charge? While this in itself is grounds enough to reject this sick reward for Palestinian terror, the Palestinian Authority is the opposite of a peace-loving entity. The Palestinian Authority not only have not condemned the October 7th massacre, they are also paying monthly salaries to all the terrorists that took part in it, rewarding the rapists. This is a genocide-loving entity that doesn't deserve any status here. But sadly, to some of the members here, the Palestinians' inability to meet the criteria simply doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because to some of you, Palestinian statehood has nothing to do with the UN Charter or legal criteria. All it has to do with is politics and interests. The UN Charter is important to them only when it can be used against Israel. The report from the Council's Commission on the admission of new members even states it black on white. Let me quote from Clause 3 of the report, your report. And I quote, "Several members expressed the view that the admission of the State of Palestine to membership in the United Nations was a political matter rather than a technical or legal requirement. In other words, UN Charter be damned, international law be damned." I reiterate, international law and the UN Charter are only important when they can be weaponized against Israel. But if breaking the law means advancing the unilateral establishment of a Palestinian terror state, a Palestine Nazi state, then by all means. They're just empty words on paper, right? What this Council has decided to focus on at the expense of all other calamities around the globe is to grant a prize to terrorists. Granting the perpetrators and supporters of October 7th full membership status in the UN is the vilest reward for the vilest crimes. If this resolution passes, God forbid, this Council should no longer be known as the Security Council, but as the Terror Council. The only thing that a forced unilateral recognition of a Palestinian state will do is to make any future negotiations almost impossible. As long as the Palestinians feel that they can exploit this politicized body to their benefit, why would they bother at the negotiating table or support any compromise? Do you honestly think that this resolution will make a solution more likely or change anything on the ground? The Palestinians have rejected every peace plan ever made, and they continue to support terror and boycott negotiations. And now they know that their rejectionism pays off. They can say no, no, no to any American president, but still get here what they demand, because the UN is guided by politics, not morality or truth. All this Council is accomplishing through this destructive approach is making a solution unattainable. The UN is no longer about multilateralism, sadly. It is now committed to multi-terrorism. At the Security Council, terror pays off. It's shameful. I have always called out the political rot within the UN, that sadly nothing here is based on truth and justice, but toxic politicization. And today, the mask has finally fallen. The Council has exposed itself. Please, do not give in to politics. Do not support this dangerous resolution. How can you support a resolution that is so destructive and immoral at the worst possible moment? Colleagues, the Council was not the only entity to expose its true face this week. On Saturday night, with the launch of over 300 UAVs, ballistic missiles, and cruise missiles at Israel, the Ayatollah regime's mask also fell. Iran exposed itself as the terror state that it is. But today marks another milestone in the Ayatollah regime's blood-soaked history. On April 18, 1983, a Chevrolet pickup truck packed with 2,000 pounds of explosives sped through the gates of the US Embassy in Beirut, crashed into the building and detonated. This blast killed 63 people. You're talking a lot about embassies and the importance of embassies. And Hezbollah claimed responsibility. And today, April 18, 2024, exactly 41 years later, this council, the Security Council, will be addressed by an arch-terrorist whose regime funds, arms, trains, and directs Hezbollah. The Ayatollah regime's foreign minister, Hussein Amir Abdollahian, is a member of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. This terror organization, the IRGC, is responsible for carnage, bloodshed, and destruction worldwide. From terror attacks in South America and assassination plots on European and American soil to arms trafficking in Africa and terror sponsorship across the Middle East, the IRGC is in the business of murder. The IRGC is a designated terrorist organization, not only in Israel, not only in the United States, in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. Both I and my Arab and American colleagues agree that the man who will address this council later today is a terrorist. And his presence here on today of all days is further proof of how the UN has become a haven for dictatorships and terror regimes to whitewash their crimes. Colleagues, it is Iran that ensured Hamas was able to orchestrate the October 7th massacre. It is the Ayatollah regime in Tehran that has provided weaponry to Hezbollah to rain down missiles on Israeli towns and cities. It is the Ayatollah regime in Tehran that has equipped the Houthis with cruise missiles to fire at merchant vessels. And it is the Ayatollah regime that launched an unprecedented attack at Israel, a fellow UN member state, less than a week ago. Yet, instead of designating the IRGC as a terror organization and sanctioning Iran's evil regime, the Security Council opens its doors for Iran's foreign minister, for a terrorist. Can you not see what is going on here? Terror Minister Abdollahian is not here to express sorrow for his regime's brazen attack and tell this council that the Islamic Republic has changed its ways. He is here to make a mockery of you. He is here to show you all, in your suits and with your diplomatic niceties, that his country can launch an attack on another member state on Saturday, and then he can come here on Thursday to lecture you all on human rights and international law. Minister Abdollahian's presence here today is making this institution a joke. Sadly, it is clear to every dictator and terror state that the UN has lost every ounce of justice, and it is now a blob of politicized plasticine that can be molded however the tyrants choose. And the Council plays along with this destructive charade. Colleagues, if you still believe that this body holds any relevance, then I ask you, I even beg you, what action has been taken by the Council against Iran for its attack against Israel this week? The foreign minister of a genocidal regime will speak here today as his country hurtles towards nuclear weapons. Has this Council taken any action to prevent this? Nope, nothing. Instead, we have gathered today to discuss the situation in Gaza. Has it occurred to any of you that the terror minister Abdollahian is here to make sure that you focus on Gaza as opposed to his own regime's crimes? Sadly, you are being spoon-fed a script. It was written by Khamenei and edited by Sinwar, a script crafted by terrorists. Due to Khamenei and Sinwar's script, terrorists commit acts of sheer evil against Israel, they exploit civilians as human shields, and when Israel defends itself, the UN will pressure Israel to a ceasefire and ensure their survival. The terrorists know that nothing captivates the UN's attention more than Israel. As long as Israel is defending itself, all other human rights violators can continue committing crimes. Your eyes will remain on Gaza as the rest of the world burns. And this is precisely what is happening today. You sit here focused, again, on Israel, focused on Gaza. We will hear talk of international law, human rights, and many other terms this council loves to toss around. But in reality, this council as a council cares nothing about human rights or international law. You even refused to visit our communities in southern Israel, and I invited all of you, that were devastated by Hamas. Everything is political and distorted. You know better than most that the Ayatollah regime is mere weeks away from nuclear capabilities. This global sponsor has proxies across the region, sowing death and destruction. But Iran has immunity here because this rogue regime has allies here on this council that protect it and its terror proxies. This is the reason why you will never designate Hamas and Hezbollah as terror organizations, despite the whole world knowing that they are. A war still rages in Ukraine, as the country that started it sits here on this council preaching about peace and the defense of civilians. This is a backwards world. This week, we mark the one-year anniversary of the war in Sudan. Millions have fled their homes. Millions more starve. Countless civilians have been murdered. Since the start of the war in Sudan, has this council held a single minister-level meeting on the atrocities? No, not one. But today marks the fourth Ministerial Security Council debate on Gaza. The fourth. 4 on Gaza and not 1 on Sudan in the past year. The double standards here know no bounds. The amount of time, effort, and resources poured into Gaza makes it seem as if the rest of the world is a pure utopia. That outside of Gaza we live in a carefree world, Hakuna Matata. The only people this meeting serves, and I reiterate, are Ayatollah Khamenei and Yahya Sinwar. Some of you may think that you are serving the Palestinians, but you're not. By holding this meeting, you are aiding Khamenei and Sinwar. They control the agenda here, and hardly any of you seem to notice. Colleagues, if the UN cannot prevent wars or defend human rights, it has lost any reason to continue operating. The day will come when this organization will be shuttered. The UN, as we know it, will cease to exist, and in its place will stand a body that truly cares about human rights, that truly fights to promote peace, that is capable of putting politics aside for the sake of justice, morality, and humanity. And when that day comes, and it will, this meeting and the vote to force the establishment of a Palestinian Nazi state will be remembered as catalyst of the UN's collapse. A meeting where the world burned, but all that concerned the Security Council was helping terrorists in Gaza survive. A meeting where a terror entity could be given full membership status. This is how far the UN has fallen. And this is why the UN, in its current format, has no future. I truly pray for brighter days, for a time where the UN can successfully combat the forces of darkness, not welcome them and be influenced by them. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Israel for their statement. I shall now make a statement in my national capacity. I thank the Secretary General for his presence here today and for his stark and sobering brief. The Middle East is experiencing one of the bleakest and most volatile periods in modern history. As underlined by the Secretary General last Sunday, the Middle East is at the brink of a full-scale conflict, one which we need to collectively avoid by calling on all parties to show restraint. These latest events continue the downward spiral witnessed in the 6 months since the heinous terror attacks of Hamas on the 7th of October and the beginning of military action by Israel in Gaza. It provides further proof of the importance of an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza and the need to rebuild a political horizon in the Middle East. It is deeply worrying and completely unacceptable that this Council's demand for a ceasefire in accordance with Resolution 2728 has been disregarded by the parties. We wish to reiterate that under Article 25 of the Charter, the members of the United Nations agreed to accept and to carry out the decisions of the Security Council. Yes, Security Council decisions are binding. We have consistently condemned Hamas for its reprehensible terrorist attacks on the 7th of October. including the murder of over 1,200 Israelis, the taking of hostages, and any acts of sexual violence committed. The trauma from that dark day will forever haunt the Israeli people, particularly those who still suffer daily, knowing their loved ones are still held hostages by Hamas. We once again reiterate our demand that Hamas release all hostages immediately and unconditionally. However, in Gaza, it's not only the hostages who are suffering. Over 33,700 Palestinians have been killed, most of them women and children. Thousands have been injured or maimed. Countless others remain unaccounted for, missing under the rubble of ruined neighborhoods. The prospect of a further escalation into Rafah, where over 1 million displaced civilians are struggling daily to survive, is unconscionable. We stress our firm rejection of any ground offensive into Rafah and any further displacement of Palestinians. With over half of the population on the cusp of a man-made famine, coupled with a decimated health system, children are also dying from a lack of food and water. According to UNICEF, today in Gaza, 1 in 3 children under the age of 2 years are acutely malnourished. Targeted attacks on healthcare violate all the unique protections under international law for pregnant, birthing, and postpartum women, as well as children. We stress that all parties have a legal obligation under international law, including international humanitarian law, to protect civilians. In line with this, the provisional orders of the International Court of Justice on 26 January and 28 March must be complied with. Excellencies, since the beginning of this conflict, the delivered levels of aid into Gaza have been highly insufficient due to physical restrictions and bureaucratic impediments. Malta reiterates that denial of humanitarian assistance is a grave violation of international law, and the use of starvation as a weapon of war may constitute a war crime. Furthermore, we strongly underline that the safety of UN personnel, humanitarians, and journalists must be guaranteed. We call for Israel to both fully respect and utilize the humanitarian notification system as intended, and conduct an independent investigation into all killings of UN and humanitarian staff. Commercial trade must also be allowed to resume, as the people of Gaza cannot remain dependent on aid alone. In the words of the Secretary General, a paradigm shift is required to adequately address the desperate conditions in Gaza. Just yesterday, this Council held a briefing on the indispensable nature of UNRWA and its life-saving services. We maintain that the agency is a stabilizing force in the region and demands our continued support and resources. Turning to the wider region, the ripple effect of the war in Gaza, including that we have witnessed over the last days, is deeply troubling. The heightened tensions in the region and the increased escalations and skirmishes in the West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen push the region closer to an untenable conflagration. Immediate de-escalation and restraint is of paramount importance. International law and diplomacy must be our guiding principles. In the West Bank, rising violence targeting civilians and intensified military operations push the occupied Palestinian territory into further instability. Malta stresses that the illegal Israeli settlements, demolition of Palestinian property, and settler violence are an obstacle to peace, violate international law, and threaten the viability of a two-state solution. We call on Israel to reverse such actions and abide by the relevant Security Council resolutions. We welcome ongoing efforts towards reinforcing and revitalizing the Palestinian Authority. The international community must support all actions which would allow its effective governance in line with the two-state solution and with Gaza as part of an independent Palestinian state. Fundamentally, a just resolution of this conflict demands a reality which embraces the Palestinians' legitimate aspirations for UN membership and statehood. It also demands a reality in which Israelis live in security without being held hostage by the threat of terrorism. The parameters of realization of this vision are well known and must be pursued as a matter of urgency. Malta reaffirms its unwavering commitment to a comprehensive political solution based on the two-state solution along the pre-1967 borders, addressing the legitimate aspirations of both sides, with Jerusalem as the future capital of two states living side by side in peace and security, and this in line with the relevant Security Council resolutions and internationally agreed parameters. I thank you, and I resume my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Attaf, Minister of Foreign Affairs and National Community Abroad of Algeria.
أشكركم سيد الرئيس، وأرجو أن تتقبلوا من هذا الوفد أسمى عبارات الامتنان وأرقاها على تنظيم جلسة النقاش هاته، وهي الجلسة التي نحسب أنها تمثل خطوة صحيحة في الاتجاه الأصح. فالحديث اليوم عن العضوية الكاملة لدولة فلسطين بمنظمتنا الأممية يعني إعادة طرح القضية الفلسطينية على أصولها وأسسها الحقة وتسليط الضوء على جوهرها الذي لا يقبل التشويه ولبها الذي يأبى التشكيك أو التحريف. وأعني بالجوهر وباللب الحق التاريخي الشرعي والمشروع للفلسطينيين في إقامة دولتهم المستقلة والسيدة. هذا الحق التاريخي الذي أقرته المجموعة الدولية تحت قبة منظمتنا هاته منذ 76 عاماً خلت، والتزمت ببعثه وتكريسه كحل عادل ودائم ونهائي للقضية الفلسطينية. هذا الحق التاريخي الذي يعتبر عدم تفعيله السبب المباشر للإطالة في عمر الصراع العربي الإسرائيلي، والعلة الأساسية لغياب الأمن والأمان في منطقة لم تعرف طعم السكينة والطمأنينة طيلة ما يزيد عن 7 عقود. هذا الحق التاريخي الذي يصر الاحتلال الإسرائيلي اليوم على تمصير وعلى استئصال مقوماته، وهو الذي أضحى لا يجد أدنى حرج وأبسط حياء من المجاهرة برفضه وإنكاره والإمعان في القضاء عليه. لقد أماطت غزة اللثام بصمودها المثالي على مآرب المحتل الإسرائيلي ومراميه الظاهرة منها والمبطنة، والتي تجتمع كلها تحت عنوان تصفية القضية الفلسطينية وإجهاض المشروع الوطني الأصيل المرتبط بها. ولم يعد يخفى على أحد أن حرب الإبادة الدائرة رحاها في غزة، وأن الخناق المفروض على الضفة الغربية، وأن سياسات الاستيطان وضم الأراضي الفلسطينية
وتهويد القدس المحتلة، وأن حملات التهجير القسري للفلسطينيين، وأخيراً وليس آخراً أن ما صار يعرف بالترتيبات الإسرائيلية لما بعد الحرب على غزة كلها محطات إضافية ومراحل متقدمة من مخطط إسرائيلي أوسع وأشمل وأخطر، وهو المخطط الذي يستهدف إحياء وتجسيد مشروع إسرائيل الكبرى في سياق القضاء على مقومات الدولة الفلسطينية، وفي سياق الهدم التدريجي الذي يطال أركانها وركائزها الأساسية. وقد شهد العالم أجمع منذ ماض يعد بأشهر قلائل كيف لوح مسؤول إسرائيلي من على منبر الجمعية العامة بخارطة للشرق الأوسط، خارطة رسمت حسب أوهامه وأهوائه، خارطة لم يكن فيها لفلسطين أي أثر أو أي بصمة، بل حتى التصعيدات التي تحاول أو يحاول الاحتلال الإسرائيلي حالياً إذكاء فتيلها على أكثر من جبهة ووجهة في المنطقة، صار الغرض منها واضحاً وجلياً، ألا وهو شغل المجموعة الدولية وتحويل أنظارها عن القضية الفلسطينية ومحاولة اختلاق صراعات إقليمية جديدة تتلاشى في براثنها حقوق الفلسطينيين وتخبو في ريحها جذوة المتشبثين بإحقاقها. بعد هذا كله يسمح البعض لأنفسهم بأن ينساق وراء افتراءات وادعاءات المحتل الإسرائيلي ومخططاته المفضوحة طال أمدها أم قصرت. وبعد هذا كله يصعب على البعض التفطن لحقيقة الاحتلال الإسرائيلي الاستيطاني الذي يصر على تسويق الأوهام، وهي تحقيق السلم والأمن في الشرق الأوسط على أنقاض المشروع الوطني الفلسطيني وحطام دولته الوطنية. وبعد هذا كله يمعن البعض على قلتهم في محاولة إقناعنا بأن الأوان لم يحن بعد لأن تصبح فلسطين دولة كاملة العضوية بمنظمتنا. إن جسامة الخطورة التي تعيشها القضية الفلسطينية اليوم تضع مجلسنا هذا أمام مسؤولية تاريخية، مسؤولية حاسمة، ومسؤولية فاصلة، ومسؤولية فارقة، ألا وهي مسؤولية التحرك العاجل لفرض حل الدولتين والحفاظ على مرتكزات قيام الدولة الفلسطينية. إن حل الدولتين يواجه اليوم خطراً مميتاً. إن حل الدولتين يواجه اليوم خطراً مميتاً، وإنقاذه قبل فوات الأوان يكمن في منح العضوية الكاملة لدولة فلسطين، حفاظاً على السلم، وحفاظاً على الاستقرار، وحفاظاً على الأمن في منطقة الشرق الأوسط كلها. وأي تماطل أو تردد في المسعى لتحقيق ذلك ستكون مخلفاته وخيمة، وسيكون في هذا الظرف بالذات بمثابة الضوء الأخضر الذي يتم منحه للاحتلال الإسرائيلي للإمعان في تنفيذ مخططات سمتها السلب والنهب والتوسع من جهة، والتطرف والمغالاة والتعنت من جهة أخرى. ومن هذا المنظور فإن الجزائر قد نالت شرف احتضان إعلان قيام الدولة الفلسطينية يوم 15
hosting the
نوفمبر
declaration of the creation of a
1988
Palestinian state on the 15th of November
كما نالت بلادي
1988.
شرف كونها
We
أول
also had the
المعترفين
honor of being the
الرسميين
first
بها
country to recognize the
وامتدادا
Palestinian
لهذا
state
الإرث
officially.
التاريخي الذي تعتز به بلادي أيما اعتزاز
As part of this
وتفخر
historic
به أيما فخر
legacy,
فقد وجه رئيس الجمهورية السيد عبد المجيد تبون
the President of the
من
Republic, Mr.
منبر
Abdel
الجمعية
Majid Tebboune,
العامة في جلستها الأخيرة
the
الدعوة إلى
Tribune of the
التعجيل
General
بمنح
Assembly during its
فلسطين
last session
العضوية الكاملة بمنظمتنا
for
وعلى
an
هذا الأساس
acceleration of the
فقد
process of
بادرت
granting
بلادي
the status
بتقديم
of full
مشروع قرار
membership to the
لهذا
state of
الغرض
Palestine within our
أمام
organization.
مجلسنا هذا وذلك
My
بالتنسيق
country
الكامل
swiftly
والدائم
put forward a
مع
draft
الأشقاء
resolution to this august
الفلسطينيين
council
والعرب من جهة
and
ومع
in
قيادات
full
مجموعات
coordination with our
انتمائنا
Palestinian and Arab brothers and
المناصرة
sisters,
للقضية
and
الفلسطينية
also
وأعني
working
بها
with other
جامعة
various
الدول
regional
العربية
groups in favor of the
ومنظمة التعاون
Palestinian cause.
الإسلامي
So the League of Arab
وحركة
States,
عدم
the
الانحياز
Organization for
إلى
Islamic
جانب
Cooperation,
الاتحاد الإفريقي.
the Non-Aligned
إن
Movement,
الساعة
and the African
ساعة
Union.
تحمل المسؤوليات
The time has
والاقتناع
come to assume our
بالواجبات
responsibilities
لا مكان
and
فيها
our
للتردد
duties
أو للتنصل من
without
الالتزامات أو للإخلاف بالوعود المقطوعة وإننا إذ نهيب
and
بكافة
without
أعضاء مجلسنا
avoiding or
الموقر
alluding
هذا
such responsibilities. We must
لدعم
keep
المسعى
our promises, which is
بأصواتهم
why we
الثمينة.
urge all members of
نؤكد
this august council
أن موضوع العضوية الكاملة ليس غاية في حد ذاتها
to support
بقدر
our
ما هو
efforts
وسيلة لتحقيق
thanks
ثلاث
to their
مقاصد
precious voices in
جوهرية.
favor of granting the
أولاً
status of full
تحسين
membership
وتثبيت
to
حل
the state
الدولتين
to the
أمام ما
Palestinian state.
يتعرض له هذا الحل
This
المتوافق
will
عليه
achieve the
دوليا
following three things.
من
First of all,
أخطار تهدد
it will
بإضعافه
consolidate the two-state solution
وتلاشيه
and protect it
واندثاره.
from
ثانيا
threats which seek to
الحفاظ على
undermine it,
مرتكزات
destroy it, or even
ومقومات
bury it
الدولة
altogether.
الفلسطينية
Secondly, it will safeguard the
المستقلة
foundations of the
والسيدة
Palestinian state in the
على
future.
حدود عام
An
1967
independent sovereign state
وعاصمتها
within the
القدس
1967
الشريف.
borders with
ثالثا
Jerusalem
وأخيرا
Quds Sharif as
إرساء
capital.
أولى
Thirdly and
لبنات
finally,
إحياء مسار السلام
This
على
will
أسس سليمة
build the peace
ومتينة
process upon
تضمن تعبئة
solid
الجهود
foundations
وحشدها
which will
للتكفل
allow for a
بمتطلبات القضية
mobilization
الفلسطينية
of efforts
بهدف
and
استعادة
to
السلم
respond to
والأمن
the needs of the
والاستقرار
Palestinian
في
cause in
كافة
order to
ربوع الشرق
restore
الأوسط.
peace, stability and security
ونافلة
throughout the
القول
Middle
هنا
East.
أن خطوة كهذه هي أقل
Nobody is
وأبسط ما
unaware
يمكن
that such a
أن
step
تجود به الإنسانية
very
المجتمعة
simple
تحت قبة منظمتنا الأممية
This is what we
تجاه
must do, we
الآلاف
as humanity,
والآلاف من
meeting
الفلسطينيين
here
الذين ارتقوا
within this
ولا
august
يزالون
body. It is our
يرتقون
duty
شهداء في
to
غزة
thousands and thousands of
كل يوم
Palestinian people
وكل
who are
ساعة
being martyred every
وكل
day,
دقيقة
every
وكل
hour,
ثانية
every minute, every
في
second
سبيل
indeed,
أن تحيا قضيتهم
in order to ensure
وقضيتهم
that their cause lives on, our cause,
وقضيتنا وقضية الإنسانية
the cause
جمعاء.
of humanity as a
لقد
whole.
بات إنصاف الشعب الفلسطيني
Justice
حتمية ملحة.
must be served to the Palestinian
حتمية
people. This is a
قانونية
duty.
وشرعية
This
حتمية
is a
سياسية
legal
وأمنية
duty, a
وحتمية
political duty, and a security
إنسانية
duty. It
وحضارية.
is a duty
شكرا لكم السيد الرئيس.
at the scale of humanity and civilization as a whole. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Attaf for his statement, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Mr. Renata Felbar-Ček, Secretary General of the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs of Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank the Secretary General for his briefing. We find ourselves at a defining moment for the crisis in the Middle East and for this Council's role in addressing it. As we are facing growing danger of a full-scale regional escalation, we cannot lose sight of the situation in Gaza and the West Bank. I would like to reiterate our firm view that this is where the master key to easing tensions in the region is. I would like to offer 3 steps that can help us move away from the edge. Firstly, There must be immediate and full compliance with the Security Council resolutions and ICJ orders related to the conflict in Gaza. This should not be an ambiguous call, but a clear demand. All member states have the obligation to uphold the UN Charter, including through implementing Security Council resolutions. We condemn the attack of Hamas of 7 October and strongly deplore that the hostages are still being held in Gaza while their families continue to suffer in anguish for their safety and well-being. Families, homes, schools, hospitals, roads, and infrastructure in Gaza are being destroyed. People are helpless while their lives are collapsing, while famine and disease are looming. Women and children bear the brunt of this conflict. We all hear their desperate calls for help. We call on Israel to remove complex barriers to humanitarian aid and cooperate with the UN to organize a faster and safe distribution of assistance. We condemn all violation of international law, including international humanitarian law and human rights law, and we call for accountability, including for sexual violence. The threat of the military offensive in Rafah, which we strongly oppose, is still here. In recent days, the situation in the West Bank is escalating. These are the fires that we have to extinguish before they engulf the whole region. We need urgent implementation of Resolution 2728, followed by a comprehensive political solution to the crisis. We believe that a ceasefire in Gaza would be a key element for reducing the boiling tensions in the region, including along the Blue Line and the Red Sea and elsewhere. Secondly, all actors and their partners in the region must exercise maximum restraint. We must defuse and de-escalate the situation. Missiles and drones will not address the root causes of the crisis. They are not solutions, just the retaliations are not dialogue. Diplomacy is the only way forward. Thirdly, we must start and support the political process leading to a two-state solution. We are of the view that the Council must do its part in the political process, and in its regard, we welcome the draft resolution proposed by France. We believe the two-state solution must be based on sovereign equality of the states, and we therefore support the equal status in the UN. It would strengthen the role of the Palestinian Authority and would contribute to the security of Israel as well. Mr. President, all of us seated around this table, permanently or not, have a primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. We should therefore shoulder that responsibility with a clear commitment to stop this spiral of conflict, with a clear commitment to the UN Charter and international law. People in Palestine, Israel, and the whole Middle East do not ask for the impossible. They want peace and security and a viable vision of a better, dignified future. Let us all do everything in our power to make this happen. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Shelbar Beck for her statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Uemura Tsukasa, Special Envoy for the Middle East of Japan.
Thank you. I thank His Excellency Mr. Borg, Minister for Foreign and European Affairs and Trade of the Republic of Malta, for his initiative. My appreciation also goes to the Secretary General for his briefing. Mr. President, the conflict which started with the attack by Hamas and others last October has continued for more than 6 months. First, let me express my heartfelt condolences to all the victims, including women, children, and humanitarian aid workers and their families. The world does not want to see the loss of lives and the cycle of violence anymore. Yet, the conflict endures. I sincerely hope continued discussions and a show of will in the Security Council will lead to a change in behavior by the parties concerned and an improvement of the situation. Last month, this Council adopted Resolution 2728, which demanded an immediate ceasefire for the month of Ramadan and the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. Japan has urged all parties to act in good faith based on this resolution. Japan takes note of the improvement to a certain extent in the environment surrounding humanitarian assistance, including humanitarian access. However, further effort needs to be made for a drastic change in the catastrophic situation on the ground. We have not seen a ceasefire realized yet either. Mr. President, countries concerned have made serious efforts outside this chamber to achieve the release of the hostages and the ceasefire. I believe those who serve best should be honored most. The Security Council must foster and encourage these efforts. A full-scale military operation in the densely populated area of Rafah would be a disaster that would result in many more casualties. Such an outcome is unacceptable. Mr. President, we are now witnessing an extremely dangerous situation that could have devastating consequences for the entire region and the world. Japan is deeply concerned about Iran's attack against Israel, which increases insecurity in the Middle East. We strongly condemn such an escalation. Japan has been urging the parties concerned to calm down the situation and reiterate its determination to continue to make all necessary diplomatic efforts in order to prevent any further deterioration. Further, the spiral of violence between Israel and Hezbollah is continuing, and attacks on vessels in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden by the Houthis are impeding the free and safe passage of vessels. Mr. President, to end the current tragedy and achieve lasting peace and stability in the Middle East, there is no solution other than peaceful coexistence between Israel and Palestine. To reach this goal, mutual trust is indispensable. Building trust is not an easy task. It will not only require time to heal the existing hatred and grief, but also a clear mutual commitment towards confidence building. Given the situation in front of us, it may even seem an almost impossible mission. However, Japan will not give up and will continuously contribute to the realization of a two-state solution through its own initiatives and efforts. And Japan will remain an escort runner for Palestine, Israel, and all the people living in the Middle East in good times and bad. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Tsukasa, for his statement. So, and I'll give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Mr. President, we'd like to thank the Secretary General for his report. For 7 months now in the Middle East, the acutest possible conflict is raging. It's claimed the lives of over 34,000 peace-loving citizens of Gaza. The spiral of escalation with each passing day is being wound tighter and tighter, involving more and more countries in the region. For the very first time in decades, the threat of a large-scale armed conflict looms large. Today's meeting is an excellent opportunity for us to assess what the international community has managed to do in order to resolve this crisis, and what it hasn't managed to do either. The first and most important thing is whether the Security Council demanded, as per its mandate, for the parties to immediately engage in a ceasefire. Indeed, yes, Resolution 2278, it de facto covered the period to the end of Ramadan, which is over. It did so, but it also called for a lasting and sustainable ceasefire. To get there, the Russian Federation and China had to veto the American draft resolution, the purpose of which was specifically to ensure that there was no ceasefire. Did the Council manage to control the implementation of this decision and to compel those who had ignored that decision to do so? Alas, no. This happened, well, did it happen because we didn't do enough? Such an assertion would be blatantly false. Starting on the 7th of October 2023, the Council worked day in, day out, discussing possible products geared towards ending the violence in Gaza. Delegations authored no less than 10 different draft resolutions, which I'm sure you'll agree is a fairly large number. As early as the 16th of October, the Russian Federation authored the first draft on the ceasefire in the Strip. It received a negative vote from France, the UK, the US, and Japan. The next draft was authored by Brazil, submitted on the 18th of October. The US was the only delegation to veto it, although it did contain, this is highly important as our US colleagues are now telling us, highly important wording condemning Hamas. Just imagine how many lives we could have saved if these proposals received support at the time. This includes the lives of hostages, the release of which we also demanded. Since then, Washington has cast 3 more vetoes, preventing the Council from taking a decision which would have stopped Israel's military operation in Gaza. Our American colleagues did not conceal that they view the Security Council as a stumbling block, which shouldn't get in the way of their effective diplomacy on the ground. In actual fact, they did this to give their main Middle Eastern ally a free hand to clear out the enclave. We remember very well, and we hope other Security Council members do too, that the US delegation demanded the deletion of the mere mention of the necessity to stop the violence from all drafts. Colleagues, every US veto cast on Gaza, it's not just another statistic in the SC's history. We shouldn't forget that it has a specific, a frightful price. It comes with a specific, frightful price. The lives of thousands of peaceful people. It took 6 months for Washington to at least realize that it has lost any means of influence over Israel. The tail is wagging the dog. Tel Aviv is dictating its conditions, demanding unconditional support from the US for all of its reckless decisions. Back then, in March, the US, which has been rebuked by practically the entire international community for all of its inhumane vetoes cast, the US tried to whitewash themselves, authoring a very strange draft resolution. In it, the US waxed philosophical, determining an imperative for a ceasefire without actually demanding one. At the same time, the resolution was chock-a-block with plants and mines, which de facto gave the green light for a further military operation conducted by Israel, including the clearing out of Rafah. As I said, together with China and Algeria, we couldn't let the Security Council to approve this license to kill further peaceful Palestinians. And thanks to this, the Security Council 3 days later adopted the aforementioned document authored by the E10, containing a demand for a ceasefire throughout Ramadan. Today, the US is disingenuously accusing Russia and China of vetoing its wonderful product. In reality, our veto was an example of why we need this instrument, the veto. At the same time, it also offers a response to all those calling for the veto's abolishment. It's necessary because we need to avoid the adoption of imbalanced and cunning decisions being promoted by Washington. Unfortunately, Israel is openly ignoring Resolution 2728, with the US as an encouragement, which actually rushed to call this Security Council resolution non-binding. As a result, we have a situation whereby the UN Human Rights Council Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in the Palestinian territory, Francesca Albanese, she's been compelled to recognize that Israel has met the threshold for the crime of genocide.
She also characterized assertions by Israel's leadership about the fact that they're allegedly abiding by international humanitarian law, and also Israel's use of the right of self-defense and the fight against terrorism as pretexts. Ms. Albanese characterized these as humanitarian camouflage. I have a second question for you. Through our collective efforts, did we manage to improve the humanitarian situation in the enclave? The answer, again, is not in our favor. The Council adopted 2 humanitarian resolutions, 2712 and 2720. And yet, without a lasting ceasefire, these resolutions, as we warned everyone, remain dead letter. Humanitarian aid workers cannot do their job against the backdrop of active hostilities. These people are unarmed. Not only can they not help civilians, they can't actually defend themselves. We repeat that despite the disinformation being spread by the US, both of the aforementioned resolutions, just like Resolution 2728, contained measures for protecting humanitarian aid workers, and yet without a ceasefire, they cannot be implemented. Israel's clear-out of Gaza has already earned the dubious distinction of claiming the highest number of lives of humanitarian workers. Over 240 people have died, including 178 UNRWA staff. And this clear-out is not yet over. The Israeli military is hitting humanitarian convoys, blocking access, slowing the passage of supplies. And yet, Western states are only castigating Israel for these actions if Western citizens die as a result. All calls for deconfliction, which are based on the goodwill of field commanders, are empty. They won't actually do anything to change the dire situation of humanitarian aid workers on the ground unless we have a fully fledged ceasefire. The last question I'd like to put to you is this. Did the international community manage to prevent a spillover of the conflict throughout the region? The answer is, once again, no. The situation on the Lebanese-Israeli border is highly unstable. Lebanon and Syria are being subjected to Israeli bombing constantly. Our Western colleagues, specifically the US, the UK, and France, are to blame for the fact that the Security Council did not condemn Israel's strike on the Iranian consulate in Damascus on the 1st of April, which would have reaffirmed this sacred basis of a sacred principle of international relations, the inviolability of diplomatic and consular premises and staff. This resulted in a new, highly dangerous uptick in regional escalation. The consequences are wholly unpredictable. Such disdain on the part of our Western colleagues to specific states and their rights, their division of the world into us and them. The us are above the law, the them, well, their lawful interests can be ignored. This has brought the Middle East to the brink of a large-scale war. This is what you call effective diplomacy. This is what it looks like. The fruit of it, the fruit it bears this time, each time this diplomacy is more victims and more destruction. By the way, another effect of this disdain is despite the clear demand of Algeria that we haven't managed to protect Palestinians from Israeli slaughter. We haven't been managed to end the spiral of violence. Not to mention the fact that since 1948 we haven't managed to help Palestinians secure a fully fledged state. The ambassador of Israel, in his statement, and in fact we knew what he was going to say before he said it, was disrespectful towards ministers from the region who are in the room today, Arab ministers and other ministers. For a long time now, the PR of Israel has managed to say awful things about UN staff, the SG, and today he called the Security Council the Terror Council. This is insulting. He forgot, probably, that the State of Israel was, in fact, established on the recommendation of the Security Council based on a General Assembly resolution. Do you want to cast doubt on this decision as well? Perhaps the Israeli ambassador will answer my question. Did Israel meet the criteria for membership when it was admitted to the UN? A short sideline about history. This is a letter from the chairman of the Committee on Admission of New Members to the President of the Security Council, dated 1948. It's a very short letter. I'm going to read it.
The Security Council Membership Committee has discussed Israel's application for admission to membership of the United Nations. As a result of its discussions, the committee came to the conclusion that it was not at present in possession of the requisite information to enable it to come to any decision. In particular, it was pointed out in the committee that the General Assembly itself had not yet reached any conclusion on the Palestinian question as a whole. The USSR and Ukrainian delegates declared, however, that for their part, they saw no reason whatever for delaying Israel's admission to the United Nations. The Syrian delegate, on the other hand, expressed his opposition to the application for admission and added that the application did not merit consideration. The Security Council Membership Committee has instructed me to apprise the Council of the above. The committee considers that it will be for the Security Council to decide at the proper time whether to refer the matter back to the committee or take a decision itself.
Then, on the 7th of March 1949, a letter from the President of the Security Council was drafted, transmitting the draft resolution on the admission of Israel. It was transmitted to the General Assembly. Therefore, the minimum we're compelled to do, based on all moral imperatives, is to satisfy Palestine's aspiration for UN membership. Palestine has walked a lengthy and agonizing path towards this point. Since 2012, it has enjoyed a singular status at the UN, a non-member observer state. It's one step away from permanent membership. We call on all Security Council members to vote in favor of the relevant draft resolution, which was put forward, as I said earlier, on behalf of the Arab States Group by Algeria. We're convinced that recognizing Palestine and its status on par with Israel will help the long-term settlement of the Palestine-Israeli conflict on a basis we all know well, an international legal basis endorsed by the UN and buttressed by the 2002 Arab Peace Initiative. The goal being the establishment of an independent, contiguous, sovereign Palestinian state within 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital, which would live side by side with Israel in peace and security. It's clear that to advance towards this goal, in addition to efforts which involve the resolution of the aforementioned acutest humanitarian issues, we also need the establishment of a collective diplomatic mechanism. We stand convinced that in such a mechanism, a key role should be played by countries from the region, Arab states, Islamic states. They understand no less, they probably understand better and more than others about how to achieve a fair solution which would be founded on a mutually agreed international legal basis. Of course, none of this should overshadow the immutable importance of a ceasefire as per Resolution 2728. If the resolution isn't implemented, the Security Council is within its rights to impose sanctions on those who violate and sabotage its decisions. We'll be reverting to this issue very soon. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. And let me start by thanking the Secretary-General for briefing us today. Let me start by reiterating that the UK condemns, in the strongest terms, Iran's unprecedented attack against Israel, as well as its violation of Jordan and Iraq's airspace. The UK continues to call for de-escalation and remains steadfast in our commitment to protecting and upholding stability in the region. Iran's actions do nothing to advance the prospects for peace in Israel and Gaza. President, the UK condemns the October 7 attacks unequivocally and calls for the unconditional and immediate release of all the hostages. The United Kingdom remains resolved to work with international partners to urgently secure an immediate pause to get aid in and hostages out, and then progress to a permanent, sustainable ceasefire without a return to fighting and loss of life. We also urgently call for the full implementation of Resolution 2720 to protect civilians and enable humanitarian assistance. There is a devastating and growing humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Gazans need more aid, and they need it now. We welcome Israel's commitments to fully open Ashdod port and the Erez checkpoint, and to increase capacity through the Jordan land corridor. We are resolved that the international community will work with Israel to see these vital changes fully implemented. As my Foreign Secretary made clear during his visit to the region yesterday, we must maintain our focus on getting more aid into Gaza and getting hostages out. For our part, the UK has trebled our aid commitment this financial year. We will keep doing everything we can to get more aid in by land, sea, and air to reach people in desperate need in Gaza. President, we support a two-state solution that guarantees security and stability for both the Israeli and Palestinian people. We must give the people of the West Bank and Gaza the political perspective of a credible route to a Palestinian state and a new future, and it needs to be irreversible. This is not entirely in our gift. However, Britain and our partners can help by confirming our commitment to a sovereign, viable Palestinian state. On recognition, this cannot come at the start of the process, but it does not have to be the very end of the process. Our long-standing position has been that we will recognize a Palestinian state at a time that is most conducive to the peace process. That pathway must start with fixing the immediate crisis in Gaza. President, we must focus collectively on the vital elements for a lasting peace. These include the release of all hostages, the formation of a new Palestinian government for the West Bank and Gaza, accompanied by an international support package, removing Hamas capacity to launch attacks against Israel, Hamas no longer being in charge of Gaza, and, as I have mentioned, a political horizon which provides a credible and irreversible pathway towards a two-state solution. Finally, President, I'd like to address the ongoing settlement expansion and demolition of Palestinian properties in the occupied Palestinian territories. We are clear that settlements are illegal under international law and once again urge Israel to halt settlement expansion immediately. The UK remains committed to acting robustly to support peace and stability in the region. President, let me end by reiterating the UK's commitment to a two-state solution and turning this Council's words into actions. We must work together to make this vision for peace a reality. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for their statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Timothy Musa Kabba, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Mr. President, the Honorable Dr. Ehrenborg, Minister for Foreign Affairs and European Affairs and Trade of Malta. I thank the Presidency of Malta for convening this meeting in the format of a high-level open debate. I also thank the United Nations Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, for his comprehensive and sobering briefing. Today's debate is being held in the context of the request for the admission of the State of Palestine as a member of the United Nations, 13 years after Palestine's application was first considered by the Security Council's Admission Committee. Sierra Leone recognizes the basis for such a request, which in our view is legitimate and could create the pathway to a political horizon founded on the principles of the two-state solution, based on United Nations General Assembly Resolution 1812, which recommends for an independent Arab and an independent Jewish state, and in line with Article 4 of the United Nations Charter, Sierra Leone support the application of the State of Palestine for admission as a member of the United Nations. Our support is in line and within the context of our consideration of Article 4 of the United Nations Charter, Rules 58, 60 of the Security Council provisions of procedure, and the guidance provided by the International Court of Justice in its 28 May 1948 advisory opinion on conditions of admission of a state to membership in the United Nations. This request for reconsideration of the 2011 application for membership to the United Nations by the State of Palestine has come in 6 months into the conflict between Israel and Hamas. We have had first-hand testimonies about what it means to live in the Gaza Strip since 7th October 2023. There are expert reports on the impact of the conflict on women, children, humanitarian workers, journalists, and other vulnerable groups, and all civilians in Palestine as well as Israel. In the Gaza Strip, we are raising against time to prevent famine and infectious diseases epidemics. We therefore reiterate our strong call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in the Gaza Strip and for Resolution 2712, 2720, and 2728 to be fully respected by the parties and implemented. For 6 months, we have made it unequivocally clear the 7th October 2023 heinous attacks by Hamas on Israeli civilians is unacceptable. We condemn the taking of hostages, with 134 of those hostage still being held by Hamas and other armed groups. Hostage taking is a serious violation of international law, and we repeat our call, the call by the Security Council, the call of the General Assembly, and the call by the International Court of Justice for all hostages to be immediately and unconditionally released. We have also deemed as wholly unacceptable the military response of Israel, characterized by massive bombardment of Gaza Strip without distinction, proportionality, protection of civilians, civilian objects, and humanitarian personnel. The killings and suffering and collective punishment must stop. Sierra Leone urges accountability for all violations and international law by the parties. Mr. President, Sierra Leone continues to urge de-escalation, continuing political and diplomatic engagement following the emergency meeting of the United Nations Security Council on 14th April 2024. We recall our condemnation of claimed reprisal attacks not in conformity with international law and the United Nations Charter. We also recall our condemnation of the use of force in violation of the UN Charter, relevant international law including the development and conduct of friendly relations, diplomatic and consular protections, as well as conduct in the region that may lead to an escalation or exacerbation in the already volatile situation in the Middle East. We regrettably further note with concern the rising tensions in the occupied West Bank across the Blue Line in Lebanon, with the exchange of rockets, missiles, and other attacks. Such developments are dangerous and have potential to escalate the ongoing conflict into a regional one. We call on all parties to exercise maximum restraint and desist from unilateral actions or retaliation that will be detrimental to the civilian population and peace of the region. Mr. President, it is especially important at this time that the focus remains on the critical issue at hand, which is the cessation of hostilities in the Gaza Strip, leading to the peaceful resolution of the Israel-Palestine conflict through the two-state solution. The level of suffering in the Gaza is unprecedented. It has been reported that over 33,500 Palestinians have been killed, over 76,000 more injured, and estimated 1.7 million internally displaced. Yet, Israel continues its intense military operation in the Gaza Strip, as well as raids in the occupied West Bank, further escalating tensions and risk of a regional spillover. A prolonged war means no one group of people will be spared in the occupied territory, not the civilians, or humanitarian workers, healthcare providers, or journalists. Quite recently, following the report of the killing of 7 World Central Kitchen humanitarian workers, it has been reported that a UNICEF convoy was attacked en route to northern Gaza to deliver life-saving aid, including therapeutic food for children at risk of malnutrition and preventable mortality. We are deeply concerned about the findings of the United Nations Interagency Assessment Mission in Khan Yunis, which indicates that the town has been marred by the profound destruction of homes, schools, hospitals, roads, and other infrastructures. In the face of this critical challenging situation, we must not renege as a council with regards to the Charter responsibility to maintain international peace and security. The Council must build on its important interventions through the adoption of Resolution 2712, 2720, and 2728, and consider the important issue of implementation of its resolutions. In recounting the effort made by the international community to address the plight of the civilians in Gaza and in Israel, Sierra Leone expresses support to the United Nations Secretary General and its representatives and commend their work in difficult circumstances. We commend the humanitarian aid workers, including the UNRWA staff, who have demonstrated exceptional professionalism and empathy in their work, with some paying the ultimate price. Sierra Leone expresses its deepest condolences to their loved ones and families. Mr. President, at this stage of our engagement and as we collectively work towards having a lasting solution to this long-standing conflict, Sierra Leone would like to reiterate the following point. Firstly, we emphasize the need for parties to the conflict to adhere to the numerous calls for an immediate, permanent ceasefire and allow for expanded flow of humanitarian assistance through all modalities and to implement in full Resolution 2728 and the previous resolutions of the UN Security Council 2712 and 2720, which are not only still valid, but are all binding. In this regard, we call on all concerned to strengthen the effort of the UNRWA. UNRWA cannot be replaced by any other agency or entity, as the work they do for Palestinians, not only in Gaza, but the wider region, is immeasurable and life-saving. Secondly, the need for parties to the conflict to comply with their obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law, to protect civilians and civilian objects. Thirdly, in acknowledging the complementary significance, Sierra Leone calls for the speedy conclusion of the negotiations between Israel and Hamas, involving Egypt, Qatar, and the United States, and invites the parties to engage in good faith. Let me close, Mr. President, by echoing the need to intensify political engagement, to persistently pursue peace between Israel and Palestine, premised on the two-state solution. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Musa Kabba, for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of China.
President, I welcome you to New York to preside over today's meeting and thank Secretary General Guterres for his briefing. China welcomes the Special Representative of the President of Palestine and the Foreign Minister of other Arabic states at today's meeting. Over the past 6 months since the outbreak of the current round of Palestinian and Israeli conflict, China has stepped up to shoulder its responsibility and work with the international community to do its utmost to save lives and realize peace. Chinese President Xi Jinping has repeatedly elaborated China's position on the current situation in Palestine and Israel, calling for an immediate ceasefire to end the fighting in order to prevent the conflict from expanding and ensure safe and smooth flow of humanitarian relief. He has also emphasized that the fundamental way out is to implement the two-state solution so as to promote a comprehensive, just, and long-lasting solution to the question of Palestine at an early date. As the conflict still goes on, the situation on the ground is precarious. War is a test of conscience and justice, while peace calls for rationality and responsibility. The international community, especially the United Nations Security Council, must demonstrate firm determination and make the right choice by taking vigorous action. An immediate ceasefire must be promoted with the utmost urgency. Until the end of the Ramadan, the people of Gaza still did not see the long-awaited ceasefire. Moreover, the negative effect of the conflict continues to spill over. The cruel reality of more than 6 months has made it abundantly clear that continuation of fighting will not make either side safer. Rather, it will only result in more innocent civilian casualties and drag the entire region into an even greater Holocaust. We urge Israel to effectively implement Security Council Resolution 2728, immediately reverse its course and cease its military operations against Gaza, and abandon any plans to attack Rafah. We urge countries with important influence on the parties to the conflict to take an impartial stand and make concrete efforts to promote ceasefire. We call on the parties concerned to exercise restraint, refrain from taking any actions that can exacerbate tensions so as to prevent the conflict from further widening. Tangible action must be taken to alleviate the humanitarian disaster in Gaza. Even if the people of Gaza are lucky enough to escape shelling and airstrikes, they still have to face man-made famine. Such a catastrophe in the 21st century breached the bottom line of moral conscience. Israel must act in accordance with the orders of the ICJ and relevant Security Council resolutions, lift the blockade of Gaza, open all land crossings, guaranteeing adequate and rapid access for humanitarian supplies and their safe and orderly distribution within Gaza. UNRWA is the pillar of humanitarian relief in Gaza, and its role is irreplaceable. We oppose any malicious attacks and suppression against UNRWA and call on countries concerned to resume funding to the agency as soon as possible. The two-state solution must be revitalized with strong determination. The fundamental way out for the Middle East question lies in the implementation of the two-state solution so that both Palestinians and Israelis can realize common security and both the Arab and Jewish peoples can achieve common development. The current round of conflict is an extremely tragic warning to the international community that it can no longer evade the aspiration of the Palestinian people for independence and statehood or perpetuate the historical injustice inflicted upon the Palestinian people. China calls for intensified international diplomatic efforts to revitalize the political horizon of the two-state solution. In this connection, we advocate the convening of international peace conference that is larger, more comprehensive, and more effective to develop a timeline and roadmap for the realization of the two-state solution. The Palestinian-Israeli conflict has dragged on for more than 70 years. Israel has long realized its independence and statehood, but the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and statehood has long been disregarded. Full membership in the UN is an important step for Palestine to establish an independent state. Palestine has requested renewed consideration of its application for full membership in the UN. China calls on all members of the Council to take a responsible attitude in light of history and cast a favorable vote this afternoon to support Palestine join the UN family as a full member. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of China for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Ecuador.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you,
Agradezco al secretario general por el
the
informe
Secretary General
que hemos recibido esta mañana
for his briefing
y
this
reconozco
morning.
también la
And I
presencia de
also
los ministros
recognize
de
the
Estado
presence
que hoy
of
nos
the ministers
acompañan
of state
en esta sala.
here with us in this chamber.
Este Consejo, desde hace varios años,
For several years,
realiza
this
debates
council
abiertos
has been
trimestrales sobre la
holding
situación en
quarterly
Medio
open
Oriente,
debates on the situation in the
incluida
Middle
la
East,
cuestión palestina,
including the question of Palestine,
lo que permite a todos los miembros de las Naciones
which
Unidas
allow
expresar sus
all
criterios
members of the United Nations
sobre
to
este
express their
importante
views
tema.
on this important topic.
Este debate en particular
This
se da cuando ya ha
debate in
pasado
particular
medio año
is
de una
happening
explosión
after
de
6
violencia
months of an
sin precedentes
unprecedented
que
explosion
ha
of
causado
violence, which
muerte y
has
dolor
caused death
tanto al pueblo de
and
Israel
pain to
como
the
al pueblo
peoples of
palestino.
both Israel and Palestine.
Han pasado más de 6 meses desde los ataques
Over 6
terroristas
months have gone by
perpetrados por
since the
Hamas
terrorist
el
attacks
7 de octubre del
perpetrated by Hamas on the
2023,
7th of October
que el Ecuador
2023,
vuelve hoy a
which
condenar de
Ecuador
manera
once again
inequívoca.
condemns unequivocally.
No se han olvidado los horrores de
The
ese día,
horrors of that day
la
have not
masacre
been
de civiles
forgotten.
inocentes,
The massacre
el
of innocent
lanzamiento indiscriminado
civilians,
de cohetes
the indiscriminate
y la
launch of
violencia sexual.
rockets and sexual violence.
Tampoco se han olvidado los rehenes
We
que
have
aún
also
no
not
se
forgotten the
no recuperan su
hostages
libertad.
who have still not yet
Mi
recovered
país
their
reitera la
freedom.
exigencia de que todos ellos sean liberados
My
inmediatamente
country
y sin
reiterates
condición
our call
alguna.
for the immediate and unconditional
Asimismo,
release of all these
son más de
hostages.
6 meses de una situación
Moreover,
humanitaria en
for
deterioro
over 6
constante
months there has been a constantly
afecta
deteriorating
gravemente a la
humanitarian
población civil en
situation
Gaza.
which seriously affects the
Hace
civilian
pocos
population
minutos
in Gaza.
hemos
A
escuchado
few
una vez
moments
más
ago we heard once
un
again
informe sobre esta
a
sombría
report
realidad.
on this bleak reality.
Las cifras de muertos y heridos
The
siguen
numbers of
creciendo.
dead and
Y
injured
no
are
se puede
continuing to grow,
olvidar que
and
cada
we
uno
cannot
de estos
forget that
números
every one of these
representa un
numbers
ser humano,
represents a human
tan
being,
valioso como quienes estamos
just
hoy en
as
esta sala.
worthy as those of us
El
here in
hambre,
this chamber
el hacinamiento
today.
y la enfermedad
Hunger,
han ganado terreno
overcrowding, and
mientras la
disease
humanidad lo
have
ha
gained
perdido.
ground. Humanity has
La
lost
plena
ground.
implementación de todas las
The full
resoluciones de este Consejo
implementation
es
of all the
necesaria para
resolutions
aliviar las
of this
penurias
Council is
que enfrenta
necessary
la
to relieve
población
the
civil en
penuries
Gaza.
facing the civilian
Es
population in
indispensable
Gaza.
facilitar la
It
llegada
is
de ayuda
indispensable
segura,
to facilitate the
humanitaria, suficiente y
safe
oportuna a todos
delivery
quienes lo
of
necesitan.
sufficient, timely
Para el
humanitarian
efecto,
aid to all
es
of those in
ineludible
need.
un alto al fuego
For this to
humanitario,
happen, a
tal como este Consejo
humanitarian
lo exigió
ceasefire
en su
is essential,
resolución
as this
2728.
Council demanded in Resolution
Mientras
2728.
tanto, también en Cisjordania la
In the
violencia
meantime,
continúa.
there is still
Los
violence
acontecimientos
continuing in
de
the
días
West Bank.
recientes son preocupantes
The events of recent
y
days are
recuerdan que,
worrisome and
igualmente,
remind
es
us that
necesaria
the
la
full
completa
implementation of
implementación de
Resolution
la resolución 2334.
2334 is also
Señor
necessary.
Presidente, en la violencia
President,
no se encontrará la solución a la cuestión
violence
palestina.
will not achieve the solution
Las
to the
casi
question of
8 décadas
Palestine.
de conflicto,
The almost
los miles
8
y miles de
decades of
muertos
conflict,
y
the
el
thousands and
sufrimiento de
thousands of
generaciones
dead,
enteras
and the suffering of
así lo
whole
demuestran.
generations attest to
Por
this.
esto, el Ecuador reitera
Ecuador
su
therefore
compromiso de
reiterates
trabajar
its
hacia una
commitment to
solución
work towards a
pacífica,
peaceful,
definitiva y justa para las
definitive, and
partes,
just
con
solution
la
for the
existencia
parties,
de dos
with the
estados,
existence of two
Palestina
states,
e Israel,
Palestine and
sobre la
Israel,
base de
upon
las
the
fronteras
basis
de
of the
1967
1967 borders
y de las
and
resoluciones
the relevant
relevantes.
resolutions.
Muchas gracias.
I thank you.
I thank the representative of Ecuador for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you,
Je remercie le secrétaire général des
I'd like
Nations
to
Unies de
thank
son
the
intervention
Secretary General of the
et
United
je
Nations
salue la
for his
participation ce
statement
matin
and
de
welcome
nombreux
the
ministres et
participation
autres autorités
of numerous
présents parmi
ministers
nous.
and
Monsieur le
dignitaries in the
Président,
chamber with us today.
la région a connu un
Mr.
développement
President,
majeur dans
we've
la
seen
nuit du
major
13 au
developments
14
in the
avril avec
region
l'attaque
the
sans
night of the
précédent
13th
menée par l'Iran
of
contre
April.
Israël.
We saw
La France
unprecedented
l'a condamnée avec la
attacks
plus grande
waged by Iran
fermeté.
and
Cette
proxies
attaque
against
constitue
Israel.
une menace
We
majeure à la
condemn
paix et à la
most
sécurité
emphatically these
internationale et à la
attacks.
stabilité
They
et à
are
la
a serious
sécurité
and
de la
major
région.
threat to international peace and
La France
security
réitère sa solidarité avec le
and
peuple israélien.
to stability
Elle
and security
rappelle
in the
son
region. We
attachement à la
reiterate
sécurité
our
d'Israël,
solidarity
de nos
with the Israeli
partenaires et à la
people.
stabilité
We recall our
régionale.
commitment to
Elle
Israel's
appelle les parties à
security,
faire
our
preuve
partners,
d'une
and regional
retenue maximale
stability. We
afin
call on
d'éviter
all
toute
parties
escalade
to
dont les
show
conséquences seraient
maximum
néfastes pour l'ensemble de la région.
restraint to avoid any escalation,
Cette
the
attaque nous
consequences
rappelle,
of which
s'il en était
would be
besoin,
corrosive for the region.
qu'il est urgent de résoudre les
This
différentes
attack
crises au
recalls,
Moyen-Orient.
as if we needed
Pour
reminding,
enrayer une
that we
nouvelle montée
need
des
to
tensions.
urgently resolve the various crises
À
in the
Gaza,
Middle
comme l'a dit
East
le président de la
to
République
curb
Emmanuel
any
Macron,
uptick
il est
in tensions.
essentiel de
In
conclure
Gaza,
sans plus
as
de
the
délai un
President
accord
of France,
sur un
Emmanuel Macron
cessez-le-feu.
said
qui
it's necessary
garantissent la
to
protection
conclude
de
without
tous les
delay
civils.
an agreement on a ceasefire that
La
would
France
guarantee the
réaffirme la demande du
protection of
Conseil
all
de
civilians.
sécurité que toutes
France
les entraves à la
reiterates its
fourniture d'une
request to the
humanitaire
Security
soient
Council
levées
for
et qu'Israël
impediments to
ouvre et
the delivery of
facilite
humanitarian assistance
l'utilisation
to
de
be
tous les points de
lifted, for
passage
Israel to
pour
open
l'acheminement de
and
l'aide
facilitate the use
humanitaire,
of
y
all
compris dans le nord de la bande de
crossings
Gaza
for the delivery of
et par un
humanitarian
couloir
aid,
terrestre
including in
direct
the
avec
northern
la
Gaza
Jordanie
Strip
ainsi que
and
par
through
la
a
mer.
direct land
La
corridor
France rappelle sa
through
solidarité
Jordan
avec
as well
le
as by
peuple
sea.
israélien
We
et elle
reiterate our
réitère sa
solidarity with
condamnation
the
des attaques
Israeli
terroristes
people.
et des
We
violences
reiterate
sexuelles qui ont
our
été commises par le
condemnation of the
Hamas
terrorist
et d'autres groupes
attacks
terroristes le
and
7
the sexual
octobre
violence
dernier.
committed by Hamas and
Elle
other
exige, comme ce
terrorist groups
Conseil,
on
la
the 7th of
libération
October. We
immédiate
do this
et
in the strongest
inconditionnelle
possible
de
terms.
tous les otages.
We urge
Il est aussi essentiel que la colonisation
the liberation
illégale
of
en droit
all
international
hostages
et le
immediately
cycle
and
de
without any
violence en
conditions.
Cisjordanie
It's
prennent
equally
fin.
necessary for
La France
the
condamne avec la plus
illegal
grande fermeté
under international
les
law
actes de violence commis
settlement
par des
and the cycle
colons
of violence in the West
contre des
Bank to
civils
end. We
palestiniens en
condemn in the strongest
Cisjordanie,
possible terms
ainsi que le
violence
meurtre d'un
committed
jeune
by settlers
israélien.
against Palestinian civilians
Ces
in the
attaques
West Bank
sont
and the murder of a
inacceptables.
young Israeli.
Les
These
colons
acts
qui
are
commettent
unacceptable.
des attaques à
Settlers
l'encontre de
committing
la
such
population
attacks
palestinienne
on the
doivent
Palestinian
répondre
population
de leurs
must
actes.
be held accountable.
Ces violences sont la
Such
conséquence de la
violence
poursuite
is the
de la
fruit
politique de
of the ongoing
colonisation
settlement
qui attise
policies,
les
which is
tensions et qui
stoking
constitue une violation
tensions.
grave du
In
droit
addition to being
international.
a serious violation of
Nous
international
appelons
law,
les
we
autorités
call on the Israeli
israéliennes à assurer
authorities
la
to ensure
protection
the
de tous les
protection
civils,
of all
conformément à leurs
civilians as per their
obligations au
obligations under
titre du droit
international law.
international. La France, qui a déjà
France
pris des
has
mesures
already
contre les
taken
colons
measures
violents,
against violent
envisage
settlers,
de nouvelles
and we're
mesures en
planning
lien
further
avec ses
measures
partenaires.
in working hand in hand with our partners.
Monsieur le Président, la France est par ailleurs vivement préoccupée par la poursuite des affrontements à la frontière entre le Liban et Israël. Il incombe à toutes les parties de faire preuve de la plus grande retenue afin de prévenir un embrasement régional dont le Liban ne se relèvera pas. Ces affrontements engagent également la sécurité de la FIMUL, dont la capacité d'action et la sécurité doivent absolument être préservées.
The capacity
La France
for action
rappelle
and
son
the security of
attachement à
which
la
must
souveraineté du
be
Liban,
maintained.
à la pleine
France
mise en
remains
œuvre par
committed to
toutes les
Lebanon's
parties concernées
sovereignty
de la
and
résolution
the full
1701
implementation by
du
all
Conseil de
parties of Resolution
sécurité, et elle poursuivra ses
1701.
efforts
We will
en ce
continue
sens.
our efforts
C'est
geared
le sens
towards
de
this
l'engagement du
objective.
président de la République à
And in
travers ses
fact,
contacts
the
avec ses
President of
homologues
the French
régionaux
Republic has
et
been
internationaux.
pursuing this very objective
Au
through
Yémen,
its contacts with
les Houthis
regional
doivent aussi
and
cesser
international
leurs attaques
counterparts.
en mer Rouge, qui
In
constituent une
Yemen, the
inacceptable
Houthis must
atteinte à la
end their
liberté
attacks
de
in the Red
navigation
Sea. They are an
et
acceptable
obstruent
attack
gravement le
on the
trafic
freedom of
maritime
navigation and
international.
seriously
Nous
impede international
réitérons notre
maritime traffic.
condamnation
We
dans les termes les plus
reiterate
forts
our
de ces
condemnation in the
attaques
strongest
et nous demandons
possible
la pleine
terms of
application
these
de la
attacks
résolution
and demand
2722.
the full
Les Houthis
implementation
doivent
of
mettre un
Resolution
terme immédiatement à leur
2722. The
action
Houthis
déstabilisatrice
must immediately
et s'engager
cease
enfin
their
dans le
destabilizing
processus de paix
actions
sous
and
l'égide
at
de
last
l'envoyé
commit
spécial des
to
Nations
a
Unies.
peace process
En
under
Syrie,
the auspices of the
seule une
UN Special
solution
Envoy.
politique
In
fondée sur la
Syria,
résolution
only a political
2254
solution
qui a été
rooted
votée
in
à
Resolution
l'unanimité par ce Conseil
2254
est à même
passed
d'offrir aux
unanimously
Syriens la
by
paix
this
durable
Council
dont ils ont besoin.
is well placed to offer the
Face à la
lasting
montée des
peace that
tensions,
Syrians so sorely need.
la France est mobilisée en faveur d'une
Against the backdrop
désescalade
of rising
rapide
tensions,
et d'un
France
règlement
is
politique
committed
durable
to
du
a
conflit
swift de-escalation
israélo-palestinien,
and a political
en lien avec ses
settlement
partenaires régionaux
that's
et
lasting, political
internationaux.
settlement to the
C'est dans ce
Israeli-Palestinian
contexte qu'elle a
conflict,
proposé au
together
Conseil de
with regional and
sécurité un
international
projet de
partners.
résolution
It's against this
sur la
backdrop that we
situation au
submitted to the
Proche-Orient,
Security Council a draft
car la
resolution on the
solution
situation in the
des
Middle
deux
East
États
because
est la
the
seule
two-state
qui
solution
puisse
is
permettre de
the
construire une paix
only
juste
way
et durable
of
dans la région.
achieving
La France
just and lasting
réaffirme
peace in the
son
region.
attachement à la
France would like
sécurité
to reiterate
d'Israël
its
et à
commitment to
l'édification
Israel's
d'un
security
État
and to
pour
the
les
establishment of a
Palestiniens.
state for
L'autorité
Palestinians.
palestinienne a un
The
rôle
Palestinian
central à jouer
Authority
dans
must
ce
play a
processus
pivotal role in
en
this process
Cisjordanie
in
comme à
the
Gaza.
West Bank and
Je vous
in
remercie.
Gaza. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France, and I now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank the Secretary General for his appearance here and his briefing. Colleagues, we meet at a moment of great peril in the region. Iran and its militant partners, including Hamas, have driven us to the precipice of a broader conflict. The United States condemns Iran's direct attack on Israel, which we, along with Israel and other partners, helped to defeat. There is no doubt Iran's aim in launching more than 300 munitions at Israel was to inflict significant damage and cause a loss of life. The U.S. commitment to Israel's security is ironclad, repeat, ironclad, and our contributions to Israel's defense against Iran are a clear manifestation of that commitment. It is vital that the international community is united in condemning Iran's reckless escalatory acts, which pose a direct threat to international peace and security, destabilize the region, and endanger its own people. In response, the United States announced sanctions this morning against several actors involved in Iran's unmanned aerial vehicle program, suppliers and customers of one of Iran's largest steel producers, and Iranian automobile companies with connections connections to the U.S.-designated Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the Ministry of Defense and Armed Force Logistics. We anticipate that our allies and partners will soon be following with their own sanctions, and we will continue to disrupt the networks that support Iran's reckless proliferation of weapons that destabilize the Middle East and beyond. The Security Council must also not let Iran's actions go unanswered. Indeed, for far too long, Iran has flagrantly violated its international legal obligations, notably through the actions of the IRGC. The evidence is clear. Iran has armed Hezbollah in violation of Security Council Resolution 1701. It has also armed, facilitated, and enabled Houthi attacks on Saudi Arabia and the UAE, and, more recently, merchant and commercial shipping in the Red Sea, in clear violation of Resolution 2216 and in defiance of Resolution 2722. Iran has transferred Shahed one-way attack drones used in attacks against multiple member states at a time when such transfers were in clear violation of Resolution 2231. Iran has also repeatedly violated international law by targeting with mines and seizing commercial ships in international waters of the Persian Gulf and surrounding waterways, just as it did on April 12. Iran has provided significant funding and training for the military wing of Hamas, which, as we know, perpetrated unspeakable acts of cruelty on October 7 against Israelis, Americans, and citizens from countries all over the world. This long-standing Iranian support continues to contribute to the current crisis in Gaza. While Iran's minister will offer excuses for these actions today, we have a collective responsibility to set the record straight on Iran's nefarious actions, to ensure that Iran both complies with the Council's resolutions and ceases its violations of international law. Colleagues, the United States is committed to strengthening our cooperation to end the crisis in Gaza, including by continuing to work towards an immediate and sustainable ceasefire as part of a deal to release hostages by Hamas and deliver additional increased humanitarian assistance to Palestinian civilians in need. Hamas, however, continues to reject offers from Israel that would halt fighting and release hostages. Over and over and over, if Hamas accepted the offer Israel has made, it would allow for an immediate ceasefire that would benefit Palestinians immediately. Hamas should take this deal. If not, they should explain to the world and to the Palestinian people why they have yet to do so, because right now, Hamas is the sole obstacle to a ceasefire in Gaza. The sole obstacle. Colleagues, it is extraordinary the extent to which Hamas has been almost erased from the story of what is happening in Gaza. None of what we have seen in Gaza would have happened had Hamas released the hostages, put down its weapons, stopped hiding behind civilians and in tunnels, and surrendered. Hamas has an opportunity now to agree to the proposal on a ceasefire and on hostages. The ball is in Hamas's court, and the world is watching to see what it does. President Biden has called on Israel to announce and implement a series of specific, concrete, and measurable steps to protect civilians from harm, address humanitarian suffering, and ensure the safety of aid workers. Israel must do more to prevent civilian casualties. Far too many lives have been lost. And the President has made clear that U.S. policy with respect to Gaza will be determined by our assessment of Israel's immediate and sustained action on these steps. We welcome Israel's decision to open more land crossings. We need immediate implementation of these commitments. We need immediate results. As Gaza faces imminent famine, lives depend on it. We reiterate our support for Senior Coordinator Sigrid Kaag and call on Israel to cooperate with the UN's efforts to facilitate the delivery of humanitarian assistance at scale. Over 240 humanitarians have been killed. There cannot be any more. We reiterate our call for Israel to implement immediate measures to remediate deficiencies within its deconfliction procedures so that humanitarian personnel can safely perform their life-saving work. Colleagues, the United States also remains gravely concerned by the tensions in the West Bank. We strongly condemn the murder of 14-year-old Israeli Binyamin Akimir and the violence against Palestinian civilians and their property that ensued after his disappearance, resulting in dozens of injuries, property damage, and the killing of 2 Palestinians, 24-year-old Jihad Abu Alia and 17-year-old Omar Ahmad Abdulghani Hamid. We strongly condemn these murders, and our thoughts are with their loved ones. Civilians are never legitimate targets. We call on the authorities to take measures to protect all communities from harm, and we urge Israel and the Palestinian Authority to do everything possible to de-escalate tensions. Additionally, the United States will continue to impose our own sanctions on people involved in violent activities in the West Bank. Colleagues, the United States reiterates its commitment to continue working to address the multiple challenges we face in the Middle East today. We will support Israel as it faces unprecedented threats from Iran and reiterate that Iran must comply with all UN resolutions and the Charter. At the same time, we will also continue direct diplomacy to advocate for normalization of ties between Israel and its neighbors, as well as a political horizon towards a two-state solution so that Palestinians and Israelis can live side by side in peace. We are committed to achieving credible, time-bound, and irreversible steps toward a two-state solution. Mr. President, the representative of the Russian Federation has criticized a U.S. resolution put forward on the situation in Gaza. As many in this room know, the U.S. resolution was an effort to try to promote a realistic pause in the conflict and to help facilitate humanitarian assistance. No country has worked harder than the U.S. to improve the prospects for peace in the region. Russia has frankly done nothing other than promulgate lies and disinformation about the U.S. and its partners. I've said this many times. Russia is in no position to criticize any member of the Security Council, given the war crimes and other atrocities it is committing on a daily basis in Ukraine. For Russia, the tragic situation in Gaza is nothing more than an opportunity to distract attention from the horrific war being conducted against the people of Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Mozambique.
Mr. Minister, Mr. President, Mozambique wishes to thank Malta's presidency for convening this important open debate on the situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. We express our deepest gratitude to His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, for the important insights he shared with the Council. We welcome the presence in this meeting of the Special Representative of the President of the State of Palestine, as well as of the other distinguished ministers and high dignitaries. Mr. President, the recent events in the Middle East have heightened our concerns over prospects of a calamitous catastrophe in the region if the Council is not united in addressing this urgent matter. We, as members of the United Nations, have a shared responsibility to prevent escalation and to strive for a just and fair solution to the problem. Urgent actions are crucial. They include securing an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza, releasing all hostages, and ensuring unimpeded humanitarian aid delivery. We must note that a negative factor that exacerbates tensions is the presence of Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories. a matter that is contrary to international law. More importantly, it undermines the prospects for a viable and independent Palestinian state. Mr. President, since the adoption of Resolution 2728 by this Council, demanding an immediate ceasefire, the conflict continues unabated in the Gaza Strip. The number of victims is growing steadily. Reports indicate that in the past 6 months, more than 33,000 Palestinians were killed and thousands injured, the majority of whom are children and women. In addition, a senseless and unwarranted destruction of civilian infrastructures is taking place. All this in a blatant violation of international humanitarian law and international human rights law. At this critical juncture, the pursuit of peace and stability in the region is of paramount importance. This Council has the primary responsibility to pursue that aim. Mr. President, the Gaza Strip, home to approximately 2 million Palestinians, grapples with an unprecedented humanitarian crisis. The situation is precarious and, if aggravated, could have devastating consequences for the civilians who already bear the brunt of the conflict in the occupied Palestinian territories, in Syria, and Lebanon, and the entire region. Mozambique defends actions aimed at a comprehensive response from all parties involved to mitigate the impact of hostilities in compliance with the Security Council Resolution 2712, 2720, and 2728. In this context, we call on Israel to comply with these and other Security Council resolutions and with the International Court of Justice decisions on the matter. The ICJ decisions impel Israel to take all possible measures to minimize the deaths of civilians and humanitarian workers and increase vital humanitarian assistance. To this end, the opening of more aid entry corridors for the population of Gaza is a matter of highest priority. In this connection, we wish to express once again our strong support for the work by UNRWA and its entire staff. The right to life and dignity of the people in Gaza and Palestine depends to a large extent on their effort and dedication. We express our deep sorrow for and the condemnation of the tragic loss of the humanitarian workers from the World Central Kitchen. They were brave in providing essential food aid to civilians in Gaza. Their selflessness and dedication to helping others are highly commendable. Mr. President, Mozambique stands firm in our recognition of the unalienable right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, political independence, and sovereignty. This right is deeply anchored in the Charter of the United Nations, in principles and norms of international law, and in the rights of peoples and countries to govern themselves. They do not depend on a plebiscite, referendum, or judgment of other alien peoples, and governments. Mozambique firmly defends the vision of a two-state solution of two independent and sovereign states, Israel and Palestine, both as members of the United Nations, coexisting as good neighbors, living side by side in peace and security as prescribed by the Charter of the United Nations. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Mozambique for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Guyana.
Mr. President, thank you for convening this meeting, and I also thank Secretary General for his briefing. I acknowledge the presence of honorable ministers and other high-level officials in this meeting, including the Special Representative of the President of the State of Palestine, His Excellency Mr. Ziad Abu Ammar. Mr. President, this Council has had hundreds of meetings to discuss the Palestinian question since it was first seized of the matter in 1947. For Guyana, at its core, the Palestinian question is a question of justice. Thus far, justice has been delayed, and therefore justice has been denied to the people of Palestine for more than 7 decades. This injustice was born in violence and has continued to be manifested in further cycles of violence, with perhaps the worst manifestation beginning on 7th of October 2023, and continuing as we meet here today. It has also been manifested in repression of a kind that has put a stranglehold on the Palestinian nation and seriously imperiled its right to exist. The international community and the Council have consistently rejected these designs on the Palestinian people, reiterating their inalienable rights, including their right to live in freedom and dignity in a state of their own. Notwithstanding, the injustice continues, necessitating greater efforts by this Council and other United Nations bodies to bring about compliance with their decisions on the Palestinian question. This is the fundamental difficulty in addressing the injustice against the Palestinian people: non-compliance with legally and morally binding decisions, and a lack of accountability for this non-compliance. The Council needs a new approach that would yield sustainable results. Mr. President, Excellencies, the latest cycle of violence against the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip has created a crisis of catastrophic proportions. It may take generations for the consequences to be addressed. Homes, schools, hospitals, roads, and other critical infrastructure have been destroyed, concomitantly depriving more than 2 million Palestinians of their right to be free from arbitrary interference of their homes, to education, to health care, and to a dignified existence. This war is also leaving a devastating human toll, with nearly 34,000 Palestinians killed and close to 80,000 injured since October 7th. The occupying power, Israel, has described this war as a war to destroy the capabilities of Hamas. In reality, however, it is a war that is destroying women and children at a disproportionate rate. They represent almost 70% of those killed. It is also a war that has created fatal levels of insecurity for civilians and humanitarian personnel, including UN personnel, with more humanitarian workers killed over the last 6 months than in any single conflict in a single year. Mr. President, dear colleagues, having considered all of the deprivations to which the population in the Gaza Strip has been subject to since October 7th, one can justifiably conclude that a deliberate strategy of collective punishment of the worst kind is being inflicted on the Palestinian people. This strategy involves indiscriminately wounding civilians while simultaneously shrinking their access to health care. It also involves a systematic decrease in the safe places to which they have access, cramming them into smaller and smaller spaces while simultaneously threatening to bomb those same spaces. This strategy has also incorporated starvation as a method of warfare, evidenced by, inter alia, attacks on those attempting to meet the needs of starving Palestinians. Palestinians themselves have been fatally attacked while seeking sustenance. The results of this strategy have been malnutrition, famine, disease, and death. It must stop. The occupying power has obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law, with which it must strictly comply. In this context, Israel is obligated to implement the orders issued by the International Court of Justice on 26th of January and 28th of March, and Guyana calls for full compliance. Guyana reiterates its call for an immediate and sustained ceasefire in Gaza, as demanded in Resolution 2728. Without a ceasefire, humanitarian efforts in Gaza will not have the desired impact of alleviating the suffering. We stress the importance of additional routes into Gaza to scale up humanitarian relief and call on Israel to immediately implement its decision in this regard without impediments. Guyana also underscores the importance of the work of agencies providing critical support to the Palestinian people. In this regard, we stress the importance of UNRWA as an indispensable lifeline for Palestinians. We further stress the need to ensure adequate funding for UNRWA. Mr. President, Excellencies, as we discuss the current catastrophic situation in Gaza, as a result of the violence unleashed by Israel since the 7th of October, attacks by Hamas, both of which we condemn, we must not forget that this is a symptom of the failure to address the core issue, that of a two-state solution where the peoples of Palestine and Israel live side by side. Indeed, Mr. President, Excellencies, and colleagues, as this Council prepares to consider the state of Palestine's membership of the United Nations, Guyana sees a perverse paradox. We have, on the one hand, a situation where one of the two states, the state of Palestine, who, notwithstanding the horrors they continue to face under decades of occupation, continues to believe in this United Nations and is therefore here before us once again to seek membership. On the other hand, we have the other state, Israel, a full member of the United Nations since 1949, who is relentless in denigrating and denouncing the United Nations, including today, being the most ardent opposer to the state of Palestine's application for membership. Guyana will not let such perverse paradox derail our support for Palestine as a UN member. We must end this injustice and deliver on the decades-old commitment made by the international community, by this Council and the General Assembly, for the creation of a free and independent state of Palestine. The admission of the state of Palestine as a member of the UN is a critical and necessary step in this direction, and we hope that when the question is put to us later, all hands will be raised to vote in favor of the legitimate and just request of the Palestinian people. The resolution of the Palestinian question requires political will and decisions based in principles of truth, justice, and fairness. Guyana is prepared to work with this Council and all members of the United Nations to make those decisions to secure the freedom and dignity of the Palestinian people. I end, Mr. President, by expressing Guyana's full and unwavering solidarity with the Palestinian people. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Guyana for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. Almost 200 days have now passed, and we are appalled by the enormous and unfathomable suffering of the Palestinians in Gaza. The world is closely watching the situation in the Middle East with a growing concern of possible wider conflicts. In spite of the withdrawal of ground operations from Khan Yunis earlier this month, we are not witnessing any clear sign of an end to the tragedy. The demand of this Council for an immediate ceasefire during Ramadan was, unfortunately, not heeded, and the holy month already passing by. Diplomatic efforts by Egypt, Qatar, and the US are ongoing, but the discrepancy between the parties is not being narrowed enough to achieve the final deal. the strong will of the international community to end this conflict is urgently needed. When we think about the solution to this conflict, we also have to keep in mind that the direct cause of the current situation was the terrorist attacks by Hamas against Israel citizens on the 7th of October 2023. These attacks, the worst in the history of Israel, deepened the agony, mistrust, and the cycle of violence in Israel and Palestine. These terrorist attacks against innocent civilians cannot be justified and must be condemned. We also take note of the call of the international community for settling the Palestinian question, not only to achieve the just and right aspirations of the Palestinian people, but also to guarantee the security of Israel and to prevent a recurrence of similar attacks against its citizens. Mr. President, to end the vicious cycle in this region, we need to take a long-term approach to realize the serious two-state solution. The day after this conflict should not be the one prior to the outbreak of the terrorist attack by Hamas. Rather, it should be the one where the two democratic states live side by side in peace, security, and dignity within secure and recognized borders. For a permanent peace in the Middle East, the two-state solution is not an option, but a necessity. To resume the dialogue between the parties, an immediate ceasefire leading to a lasting and sustainable one should be achieved at an earliest possible juncture. Too many people have been killed, including over 13,000 children, and it is time to end the atrocities that have now persisted for a half year. In this regard, any ground operation into Rafah is unacceptable. And based on the ceasefire, the entire global community should focus on reconstruction of the Gaza Strip and the rehabilitation of the surviving Gazan civilians. As this Council has discussed yesterday, UNRWA, which is the backbone of humanitarian efforts in Gaza, should play a pivotal role in this process. And vigorous negotiations between both parties should follow to find a just, lasting, and comprehensive solution to realize the two-state solution. Settlement activities, which are a major obstacle to the achievement of the two-state solution, should be completely ceased. Let's be clear, the two-state solution is beneficial not only for Palestinians, but also for Israelis, and both peoples rightfully deserve the right to live in peace, security, and dignity. As a member of the Security Council, the Republic of Korea will constructively and proactively engage in all Council efforts to take further steps toward peace in Israel Palestinians. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie le secrétaire général Guterres de sa présentation et surtout ses appels répétés à la désescalade dans la région. La Suisse se joint sans équivoque à ces appels et renouvelle son soutien au grand engagement de l'ONU dans la région. La Suisse a fermement condamné les attaques coordonnées par l'Iran contre Israël et, antérieurement, la frappe israélienne contre le consulat iranien à Damas la spirale de violence s'est dangereusement enclenchée. Nous insistons sur le respect du droit international comme boussole pour le règlement de tout différend et pour prévenir une escalade régionale encore plus grave. Le respect de la charte,
Respect for the Charter, international humanitarian law and human rights must guide all parties to conflict.
La mise en œuvre des résolutions du Conseil
The implementation of the Council's resolutions is a first step in this direction and towards peace. Since Hamas's acts of terror on October the 7th, condemned by Switzerland, we have adopted 3 resolutions which have not been implemented.
Le cessez-le-feu exigé par la
The ceasefire
résolution
demanded by Resolution
2728 n'a pas été
2728
respecté.
has not been
Il doit
respected
l'être immédiatement.
and must be
Tous les
respected
otages n'ont pas
immediately.
été libérés.
Not
Ils
all
doivent
hostages
l'être
have been released.
immédiatement.
They must
Et
be
de
released
nombreux
immediately.
civils sont chaque
And
jour
many civilians
victimes des combats.
fall victim to the
Des
fighting every
dizaines de
day.
milliers d'entre eux,
Tens of
y
thousands of
compris
them,
de très
including
nombreux
many
enfants,
children,
continuent de
continue
mourir,
to
de
die,
disparaître ou
disappear,
d'être mutilés
or be
chaque jour.
mutilated every
Cela
day.
doit cesser immédiatement.
This must cease immediately.
Déjà catastrophique, la situation
The
humanitaire ne
humanitarian
cesse de se
situation,
détériorer.
already
Les niveaux
catastrophic, continues
d'insécurité
to
alimentaire
deteriorate.
touchent l'ensemble
Levels
de la
of food
population de
security
Gaza
affect the
et la
entire population
famine
of
est
Gaza, and
imminente.
famine is imminent.
Nous accueillons favorablement
We
les annonces
welcome the
israéliennes
Israeli
visant
announcements
à augmenter
to
l'aide humanitaire
increase
vers Gaza
humanitarian
et
aid to
comptons
Gaza
sur leur mise en
and
œuvre
look
dans
forward
les
to
plus
their
brefs
implementation
délais.
as soon as
Il
possible.
s'agit d'une obligation en vertu du
This
droit
is an
international.
obligation under
L'aide
international
humanitaire
law.
doit pouvoir être acheminée
Humanitarian
sans
aid must
entrave
be able
par
to
tous les points
flow
de passage
unhindered through all
possibles
possible
et
crossing
être
points
distribuée
and
à
be
travers tout
distributed
Gaza,
throughout
y
Gaza,
compris le nord.
including the north.
En tant que puissance occupante, Israël a
As the
l'obligation
occupying
de
power,
répondre aux
Israel
besoins
has an
essentiels de la
obligation to meet the
population sous son
basic needs of the
contrôle.
population
Nous
under its
rappelons que la
control.
Cour
We recall
internationale
that
de
the
justice
International Court of
demande à
Justice
Israël de
has
prendre
called
toutes les
on
mesures
Israel to take
nécessaires
all
et
necessary and
effectives
effective
en
measures
étroite
in
coopération avec
close
l'ONU
cooperation
pour
with the
assurer
UN
sans délai,
to
sans
ensure without
restriction
delay,
et à grande
without
échelle
restriction
la
and on a
fourniture
large
des
scale,
services de
the
base et de
provision
l'aide
of urgently
humanitaire
needed
requise
basic
de toute urgence.
services and
Quant
humanitarian
aux
aid.
otages, nous réitérons notre
As for
demande
the
que toutes
hostages,
et
we
tous soient
reiterate our
libérés
demand that all of them
immédiatement
be
et
released immediately
inconditionnellement.
and unconditionally.
Nous ne devons pas perdre de
We
vue la
must not
situation en
lose sight of the
Cisjordanie,
situation in the
où la
West
violence
Bank,
atteint des niveaux
where violence has
records.
reached record
La
levels.
population
The
palestinienne
Palestinian
est
population
notamment
in
proie
particular
aux actes
is
violents des
prey
colons
to violent
israéliens,
acts by
comme
Israeli
l'illustrent les
settlers,
attaques
as
autour de
illustrated by
Ramallah
the
et
attacks
Naplouse
around
le
Ramallah and
week-end
Nablus
dernier.
last weekend.
La Suisse condamne ces actes et leurs
Switzerland
conséquences.
condemns these
Les
acts
auteurs
and their
doivent être tenus
consequences.
responsables.
Those responsible must,
Les
those,
actes
the
créent
perpetrators
un
must be
environnement
held responsible.
coercitif qui
They
pousse au
create a
déplacement
coercive
forcé
environment
de
that leads to the
communautés
forced
entières.
displacement of
Nous
entire
le voyons donc,
communities.
toutes les parties au conflit au
As we can
Proche-Orient
see,
ont
all
commis et
parties to the
continuent de
conflict in the
commettre
Middle East
des
have
violations
committed
du droit
and continue to
international
commit
humanitaire.
violations of
La Suisse
international
appelle au strict
humanitarian law.
respect du droit
Switzerland
international
calls for strict
humanitaire et
compliance
à la
with
protection de
international
la
humanitarian
population
law
civile et
and
des personnes
for the
hors
protection
de
of the
combat
civilian
par toutes les
population and
parties.
persons hors de
Nous
combat
rappelons que
by
cette
all
année marque
parties.
le 75e
This year, we
anniversaire des
recall, marks
conventions
the
de Genève.
75th anniversary of the Geneva
Universellement
Conventions.
ratifiées, ces
Universally
conventions sont
ratified,
le fruit
these
d'une
conventions
volonté
are the fruit
politique
of the
de tous
political
les
will
États.
of all
Elles
states.
établissent des normes
They establish
d'humanité
minimum standards
minimales
of
à
humanity
respecter
to
dans
be respected
toute
in
situation
all
de conflit
situations of
armé.
armed conflict.
Monsieur le Président, la guerre fait
President,
payer un prix
War
disproportionné à
takes
une
a
génération
disproportionate
entière
toll on an
d'enfants et
entire
de jeunes,
generation of
femmes et
of
hommes.
children and young
Nous devons
people,
arrêter le
women
sacrifice
and
de la
men.
population
We must
civile
stop the
et aider à
sacrifice of the
bâtir
civilian
un meilleur
population and
avenir.
help to build a
La
better
Suisse
future.
est convaincue que le fondement
Switzerland is
d'une paix
convinced
durable reste
that
une
the
solution à
foundation of a
deux États
lasting peace remains a
démocratiques,
two-state
Israël et
solution,
Palestine,
a
dont Gaza
democratic
fait
one,
partie
Israel and
intégrante,
Palestine, of
vivant
which
côte à
Gaza
côte,
is an
en paix,
integral
à
part,
l'intérieur de
living
frontières
side by
sûres et
side in
reconnues.
peace within secure
Seule cette
and
solution,
recognized borders.
négociée par les
Only
deux
this
parties,
solution,
conformément
negotiated
au
by
droit
both
international
parties in
et aux
accordance with
paramètres convenus au
international
niveau
law and
international,
internationally
y
agreed
compris les
parameters,
résolutions de ce
including the
Conseil,
resolutions of this
peut conduire
Council,
à une paix
can lead
durable
to
entre
lasting peace
Israéliens et
between
Palestiniens.
Israelis and
La Suisse
Palestinians.
est prête à contribuer de
Switzerland is
manière
ready to make a
constructive à
constructive
une telle
contribution
solution.
to
Je
such a
vous remercie.
solution. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Switzerland for their statement. I wish to remind remind all speakers to limit their statements to no more than 3 minutes in order to enable the Council to carry out its work expeditiously. Flashing lights on the collars of the microphones will prompt the speakers to bring their remarks to a close after 3 minutes. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ayman Safadi, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of Jordan.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم معالي الأخ الرئيس الزملاء الأعزاء السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته دمرت إسرائيل غزة شردت ثلثي أهلها أحالت مدارسها ركاما بيوتها خرابا حواريها أطلالا عرى عدوانها همجية عقلية عنصرية انتقامية لا تكترث بقيمة الإنسانية ولا تحترم قانونا دوليا تغذيها الكراهية ويتيح جرائمها عجز دولي وانتقائية في تطبيق المواثيق الدولية. قتلت إسرائيل ما يقرب من 34,000 فلسطيني، 13,000 طفل ومثلهم من الأمهات العزل، بعضهن برصاصاتها وأخريات بحصارها الذي وظف الجوع سلاحا والتعذيب انتقاما. هي جولة للباطل لم يشهد العالم مثيلا لغطرستها ولا إنسانيتها في التاريخ الحديث. دمرت إسرائيل غزة لكنها لم تكسر إرادة شعبها في الحياة، لم تقتل أمل أطفالها في الحرية. إرادة رأيناها في وجه كهل غزي يتحدى القهر ويصر أنه لن يترك أرض آبائه وأجداده، ففيها ولد وعليها يموت. أمل رأيناه في ابتسامات أطفال غزيين، حرمتهم إسرائيل طفولتهم لكنها عجزت عن سرقة أحلامهم في وطن فلسطيني حر. هجرت إسرائيل الطفل الغزي محمد خليل أبو شوار من مخيم صيرات إلى رفح. هناك يسري محمد كل صباح لجلب الماء والخبز إن وجد لعائلته. حرمته إسرائيل من مدرسته لكنه يحضر يوميا درسا في خيمة اللجوء رفقة أقران له يصرون أن يتعلموا. يقول محمد إنه لا يريد الحرب، يريد مستقبلا، يريد الحياة ويريد الكرامة. الوطن الحر هو حق للشعب الفلسطيني لن يموت، لأن وراءه شعب كامل يطلبه. لن يقتله قهر الاحتلال أو حروبه أو استيطانه أو إرهاب مستوطنيه أو محاولات تغيير الوضع التاريخي والقانوني في المقدسات الإسلامية والمسيحية في القدس ومحاصرة حرية العبادة. ولن يتحقق السلام والاستقرار والأمن ما لم يتجسد حلم أطفال فلسطين، حق أطفال فلسطين في الدولة الفلسطينية المستقلة ذات السيادة على التراب الوطني الفلسطيني. هذا هو الحق الفلسطيني، وهذه هي الحقيقة التي يجب أن يدركها كل من يريد الأمن والسلام لمنطقتنا. زملاء الأعزاء، الاحتلال والسلام نقيضان لا يجتمعان. لا سلام ما بقي الاحتلال، ولا أمن ما ظل الظلم الإسرائيلي ينكر إنسانية الشعب الفلسطيني وحقه في الحياة والحرية والكرامة والأمن والدولة. اعترفوا بالدولة الفلسطينية المستقلة على خطوط الرابع من حزيران للعام 1967 وعاصمتها القدس المحتلة. اقبلوا دولة فلسطين عضواً كاملاً في الأمم المتحدة. افعلوا ذلك نصرة للحق، انتصاراً للسلام، رفضاً للظلم، وصرخة في وجه الباطل. لا تتركوا مستقبل المنطقة، مستقبل الفلسطينيين والإسرائيليين وكل شعوب المنطقة رهينة ظلامية عنصريين متطرفين في الحكومة الإسرائيلية يدفعون المنطقة نحو دمارية الحروب وكارثية الفوضى ويحاصرونها في ضيق الكره والظلم والحقد. الزملاء الكرام، خطر التصعيد وتوسع الحرب على غزة إقليميا يتزايد مع كل لحظة يستمر فيها العدوان ويتعمق فيها القهر ويتكرس فيها الاحتلال في الضفة الغربية بما فيها القدس المحتلة، وتغيب فيها آفاق الحل السياسي أكثر. ظهرت بوادر هذا التصعيد جليا منذ أيام حين ردت إيران على قصف إسرائيل لقنصليتها في دمشق. إيران قالت إنها لن تصعد أكثر. يجب منع الحكومة الإسرائيلية من التصعيد أكثر أيضا ومن جر الغرب إلى حرب إقليمية تدفع الانتباه بعيدا عن الكارثة في غزة مع تزايد الضغط الدولي المطالب بإنهائها. وقف التصعيد ضرورة إقليمية ودولية، ويجب أن يبدأ بإنهاء العدوان على غزة وإنهاء الكارثة الإنسانية التي يستمر في مفاقمتها. هذه هي القضية الأساس، وعليها وعلى وقف القمع والقهر والبطش بالضفة الغربية بما فيها القدس المحتلة، وعلى إيجاد آفاق حقيقية للسلام العادل يجب أن يظل التركيز. الزملاء الأعزاء، ونحن في المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية إذ نؤكد ضرورة العمل جميعا من أجل الحقول دون المزيد من التصعيد. لن نسمح لأي كان، لا لإسرائيل ولا لإيران، أن يجعل الأردن ساحة للصراع. سنحمي أمننا وأمن مواطنينا، وسنتصدى بكل قدراتنا وإمكاناتنا لأي محاولة لخرق أجوائنا وتعريض أمن مواطنينا للخطر، سواء من قبل إسرائيل أو من قبل إيران أو من أي كان. وستظل المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية تقف مع الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق، ستبقى صوتا للحق الفلسطيني وقوة من أجل السلام العادل الذي يشكل تجسيد الدولة الفلسطينية المستقلة ذات السيادة على التراب الوطني الفلسطيني لتعيش بأمن وسلام إلى جانب إسرائيل سبيله الوحيد. جولة الباطل في فلسطين طالت، جاوز ظلمها المدى وتجاوز قهرها كل الحدود. لن يستطيع التطرف الإسرائيلي مهما بطش ومهما ظلم أن يقتل إرادة الشعب الفلسطيني في الحرية. لن يجلب العدوان على غزة الأمن لإسرائيل، ولن يحقق السلام تكريس الاحتلال في الضفة الغربية والقدس الشرقية وتهديد هوية المسجد الأقصى المبارك، الحرم القدسي الشريف العربية والإسلامية. وحده السلام الذي ينهي الاحتلال ويلبي الحقوق يضمن الأمن والسلام للفلسطينيين وللإسرائيليين. يجب على مجلس الأمن اتخاذ قرار ملزم بوقف النار في غزة. هذا قرار يستوجبه مسؤولية المجلس القانونية والدمار الذي تسببه الحرب على غزة. ولا يمكن السماح لإسرائيل باقتحام رفح، فذاك سيعني السماح بارتكاب مجزرة جديدة ضد 1,500,000 فلسطيني محاصرين في المدينة. نحذر من هذا الهجوم ومن تداعياته. يجب على مجلس الأمن أن يلزم إسرائيل عدم اقتحام رفح. وندعو الجميع إلى دعم الجهود التي تقوم بها جمهورية مصر العربية ودولة قطر والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية للتوصل لصفقة تحل قضية الرهائن وتتيح وقفا للنار. لا شيء يبرر أيضا عدم اتخاذ المجلس قراراً يلزم إسرائيل فتح كل المعابر أمام المساعدات الإنسانية. المجاعة في غزة حقيقية، ولن تلبى احتياجات أهل غزة الإنسانية ما لم تفتح جميع المعابر وتمكن منظمات الأمم المتحدة وخصوصا الأونروا من العمل بحرية واستلام المساعدات وتوزيعها. ونحن في المملكة جاهزون لإرسال أكثر من 500 شاحنة يوميا حال أزالت إسرائيل العقبات أمام ذلك والسماح لمنظمات الأمم المتحدة استلام المساعدات وتوزيعها. يجب على المجتمع الدولي إطلاق تحرك دولي فاعل وفوري يضع المنطقة على طريق تنفيذ خطة متكاملة لتنفيذ حل الدولتين بتواقيت زمنية محددة وبضمانات تنفيذ ملزمة. ونحن وأشقاؤنا سنكون شركاء فاعلين في هذا الجهد، نقوم بكل ما نستطيع لإنجاحه لكي ينتهي الصراع وتنعم منطقتنا بالسلام والأمن اللذين تستحق. ومرة أخرى نقول لكم افرضوا هذا السلام، اعترفوا بالدولة الفلسطينية واضمنوا الأمن والسلام والاستقرار لكل المنطقة ولكل شعوبها. شكرا لكم والسلام عليكم.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Safari for his statement, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Mauro Vieira, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Brazil.
Mr. President, distinguished representatives, I thank the Secretary General for his detailed briefing on the situation in Gaza, which remains deeply unsettling. As we convene once again to address the protracted Israeli and Palestinian conflict, we must confront escalating violence in Gaza and beyond, as well as humanitarian catastrophe that continues to unfold unabated in the Gaza Strip. We must heed the call by President Lula and refuse to remain indifferent in the face of the human tragedy. Such suffering can never be accepted as normal. Mr. President, a widespread, catastrophic regional war in the Middle East is in no one's interest. As the world witnessed the concrete possibility of the spillover of conflict to the Middle East over the weekend, many horrifying thoughts crossed our minds. The potential destruction of various countries in the region, the deaths of thousands more innocent lives, and the social and economic consequence of the intensification of hostilities to the whole world. In the past 6 months, this agony is recurring. We watched in disbelief the assault of 7 October that claimed the lives of many innocent people in Israel. We still mourn the loss of our dual nationals that fell victim to the terrorist attack. And we still worry for those ones, including a Brazilian national held hostage by Hamas. Since then, we have also been watching in great distress the unprecedented level of destruction of almost the entire region of Gaza in a very short period of time, from schools to hospitals, from mosques and churches to cemeteries, from shelters, facilities to aid convoys. We have been dismayed by the assessment of the Food and Agriculture Organization that the level of food insecurity to which the population in Gaza is subjected is the highest that the entity has recorded by any area or country in the world. We have been registering an obnoxious and disproportionate number of civilian casualties in Gaza, which today adds up to more than 33,000 people, including 14,100 children. We have watched disheartened the fate of 2.2 million people displaced amid the collapse of essential service, including health service, and the complete destruction of crucial infrastructure. We have witnessed the injustifiable killing of UN staff, media professionals, and humanitarian workers. In sum, we have watched with indignation the frequent assaults to the basic principles of international law in various countries in the region. Mr. President, this Security Council has a moral and legal obligation to stop this bloodshed and prevent the Middle East to plunge into widespread social unrest, political instability, and a war with unpredictable consequences to the world. The key word here is de-escalation. A credible commitment to the de-escalation requires the immediate end of hostilities in Gaza, the unconditional release of hostages, sustainable humanitarian aid to Gazans, and actions that promote dialogue, not more confrontation. The immediate establishment of a permanent ceasefire to stabilize the situation in Gaza and the region, as well as to prevent the further loss of innocent civilian lives, can no longer be postponed due to a logic of war. The logic of war has taken us to the brink of regional escalation and widespread war. The escalation of events in the past weeks has sent us an important reminder. A world without rules, or with rules that we pick and choose, in a much more dangerous world. What's in everyone's interest is that all states fully adhere to the principles of international law, including international humanitarian law and international human rights law. Therefore, we call upon all parties and relevant actors in the Middle East to fully abide by their international obligations, including the respect for sovereignty, the territorial integrity, and the political independence of every state in the area. Brazil also calls on all parties to refrain from any action that are not in compliance with international obligations or that may amount to further escalation. Last but not least, Brazil also recalls the obligations of member states to comply with the rulings of the International Court of Justice. While accepting the request and recognizing the plausibility of the case brought before it, the court issued provisional measures demanding that Israel takes all steps within its power to prevent all acts considered genocide under the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide to avoid irreparable harm. The decision of the court is of immediate and obligatory implementation. We call on the Security Council to take action to ensure respect for ega omnes norms, including voting for and not against it, preventing serious violations of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Mr. President, that's in everyone's interest. What's in everyone's interest is that the international government system, including the United Nations and its Security Council, duly and effectively discharge its responsibilities. That's why Brazil calls on the Security Council not to shy away from its main responsibility of addressing threats to international peace and security. A credible commitment to peace and security in the Middle East requires that the international community takes every step necessary for the fulfillment of the self-determination of the Palestinian people and the implementation of the two-state solution as per General Assembly Resolution 181 of 1947. The international community must embrace actions that prioritize dialogue and diplomacy when considering the ways to facilitate a just and lasting resolution to the protracted conflict between Israel and Palestine. While commending Algeria's efforts on behalf of the Arab group to advance the application of the State of Palestine to join the United Nations as a full member, Brazil encourages the Security Council to assess such a request for its main merit, to redress by peaceful means historical injustice to the Palestine's legitimate aspiration for statehood. As President Lula stated before the League of Arab States in Cairo in January 2024, the decision on the existence of an independent Palestinian state was made 75 years ago by the United Nations itself. Therefore, there are no excuses to further prevent the state of Palestine from joining the UN as a full member. Additionally, 139 of the UN membership have already recognized the sovereignty of the state of Palestine. Brazil has done so in 2010, recognizing its territorial sovereignty along the lines of 1967 borders. Finally, the State of Palestine is already a full member of various regional and international organizations, as well as of relevant UN agencies. As a way of illustration, I cite UNESCO, UNIDO, UNCTAD, UNFCCC, OPCW, Non-Aligned Movement, the League of Arab States, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, the G77, among others. Within these entities, the State of Palestine has acted responsibly and in accordance with the main tenets of international law and diplomatic practice. In 2019, Palestine took up the challenge of chairing G77, the largest coalition of developing countries in the United Nations. We reiterate thus our unwavering support for Palestine in its quest for further international recognition via diplomatic channels, while encouraging the remaining 54 countries that have not yet acknowledged Palestine as a sovereign state. We also welcome recent announcements of countries that expressed a will to do so in the near future. Mr. President, time has come for the international community to finally welcome the fully sovereign and independent state of Palestine as a new member of the United Nations. As for the ongoing hostility in Gaza, time has long passed for the international community to stop further suffering of civilians. As we are held accountable by young generations to fulfill the main promise enshrined in the UN Charter of sparing more innocent lives from the scourge of war, our focus should be to move towards healing the wounds and rebuilding the future. We have laid the normative basis for the consolidation of the territorial sovereignty of the State of Palestine through various decisions of the United Nations that outlaw occupation and annexation. We should now discuss ways to ensure the implementation of such norms through the engagement of the United Nations. Large-scale investment in economic development and infrastructure will be essential to ensure that Palestine achieves the long-term prosperity and stability its resilient people deserve. Sustainable development and economic empowerment are pillars of any lasting peace settlement. The latest events in the Middle East bear yet another testament to the fact that a lasting and sustainable solution for the Palestinian question is not only a moral imperative, it's a tragic prerequisite for regional and global stability. Peace and stability in the Middle East can only be achieved by the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian people for self-determination and statehood is met. Let us summon the courage and determination to forge a path toward a just and lasting resolution to this decade-long conflict. Only through dialogue, mutual respect, and commitment to shared prosperity can we hope to achieve the vision of a future where Israelis and Palestinians can coexist in peace and security. We should not and need not depend on the whims of so-called rational actors that calculate and often miscalculate our future. All we need is to abide by the law. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Vieira for his statement, and I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Celinda Sosa Lunda, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the plurinational state of Bolivia.
Muchísimas gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much, President.
Quiero agradecer a usted por la convocatoria a esta sesión del Consejo de Seguridad y asimismo agradecer al Secretario General por el amplio y completo informe brindado el día de hoy sobre la situación de Gaza del pueblo de Palestina. Cada día observamos con mucho dolor e indignación los cuerpos de niñas y niños, de mujeres y hombres inocentes enterrados bajo de los escombros, cuerpos despedazados sin contemplación a la causa de las armas y las bombas de potencia del ocupante Israel. Desde el 7 de octubre del 2023, más de 36.634 palestinas y palestinos han sido asesinados, más de 80.000 heridos y más de 1.7 millones desplazados, con el falso argumento del derecho a la defensa de la potencia ocupante. Además, Israel, de manera descarada, en este mismo Consejo de Seguridad, acusa a los organismos humanitarios y a la misma Organización de las Naciones Unidas como financiadores del terrorismo, lo cual es absolutamente inaceptable. Presidente, está claro que Israel ha decidido desconocer los principios de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, del derecho internacional, los derechos humanos y los derechos internacionalistas humanitarios, para perpetrar un genocidio contra el pueblo de Palestina. La escalada de tensiones en el Medio Oriente tiene profundas raíces en la ocupación ilegal y las acciones provocativas de Israel en los territorios palestinos ocupados, violando y desconociendo constantemente las resoluciones de las Naciones Unidas. El genocidio del pueblo de Palestina no solo pone en riesgo la paz en la región, sino la paz mundial, por el cual las Naciones Unidas tienen la responsabilidad de contribuir de manera decisiva y en las resoluciones definitivas de este conflicto sangriento. Bolivia se une a las voces que exigen el cese inmediato al fuego. Las y los palestinos de Gaza no pueden seguir encarcelados en su propio territorio, sin alimento, sin agua, sin medicamentos y sin los derechos más elementales que requiere un ser humano. El respeto a la vida, el respeto a la paz y a la seguridad deben ser los principios fundamentales en las relaciones entre Estados y los pueblos. Insistimos en la necesidad de declarar al mundo en un territorio de paz, como lo ha afirmado en varias oportunidades nuestro presidente Luis Arce Catacora. Se debe poner fin a la carrera armamentista. Presidente, en esta sesión del Consejo de Seguridad reiteramos la posición histórica de mi país. El pueblo palestino tiene el legítimo derecho a la autodeterminación y al ejercicio de su soberanía. Palestina debe constituirse en un Estado libre, independiente y soberano, con las fronteras previas a 1967 y con Jerusalén Oriental como su capital. Asimismo, Bolivia abraza la causa palestina y defenderá sus derechos en todos los espacios multilaterales y tribunales. En ese contexto, apoyamos plenamente la incorporación de Palestina como miembro con todos los derechos en la Organización de las Naciones Unidas. Bolivia siempre estará al lado de la justicia y la vida y la autodeterminación de los pueblos. Hermanas y hermanos palestinos,
Palestinian brothers and
solos,
sisters, you are
porque la
not alone,
solidaridad no
because
tiene
solidarity
fronteras
has no
ni
borders
tiene distancia.
and no
El
distances.
pueblo
The
boliviano
people of
está con
Bolivia is
ustedes
with you,
y los
and
pueblos
the
del
peoples of the
mundo
world
están con ustedes.
are with
Muchas
you.
gracias.
I thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Souza Lunda for her statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Hussein Amir Abdullahian, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I congratulate Malta on the presidency of the Security Council.
And the most
I
merciful.
also thank you for holding this important and timely meeting. I'm here today at the meeting of the Security Council to share with you my country's positions regarding the important developments in West Asia, including the developments in Palestine and Gaza. Now I would like to present my country's position and a statement in Persian language.
Mr. President, over the past month, the Security Council has held several meetings to deal with the various types of the war crimes and genocide by the Israeli regime against Gaza, which, despite the adoption of 3 resolutions and a press statement requesting an immediate ceasefire and the extensive and unrestricted delivery of aid to the people, have yielded no practical result. I repeat, no practical result. At the same time, during the same period, the Israeli regime has continued to kill and destroy with the utmost brutality, resulting, among other things, in more than 3,000-4,000 Palestinian civilians getting killed, mostly women and children, and the injury of tens of thousands of others. The forced displacement of the population of Gaza and deliberate destruction and of more than 70% of the residential areas and infrastructures, including the vast majority of hospitals. There are just some examples of the vast destruction for which the Israeli regime is responsible. Mr. President, the missile attack on the 1st of April on the Iranian diplomatic premises in Damascus showed yet again that this regime does not hesitate to violate the fundamental principle of the immunity of such places and people, as well as the known and well-recognized Vienna Conventions. As the majority of the members of the Security Council declared at the April 2nd meeting here, the attack was a clear violation of the Charter of the United Nations, international law, and the Vienna Conventions, and thus is strongly condemned. Regrettably, the Security Council had not taken any action during the past month to our official and repeated request to prevent further attacks by the Israeli regime on Iran's interests, centers, and military advisors of Iran who were there to fight against terrorism.
متاسفانه شورا به خاطر رفتار کاملا غیر مسئولانه آمریکا، انگلیس و فرانسه در این موضوع مطلقاً حاضر نشد که حتی یک بیانیه در محکومیت این اقدام صادر شود. آقای رئیس، هیچ دولتی هیچ دولتی در مقابل چنین حمله موشکی گستاخانه و جدی به سفارت کشورش که یکی از نمادهای حاکمیت آن به شمار می‌رود و همچنین کشتار و شهادت مأموران قانونی و رسمی و دیپلماتیک خود هرگز ساکت نمی‌نشیند. جمهوری اسلامی ایران که برای جلوگیری از گسترش دامنه درگیری تا همین اواخر نیز در برابر سایر حملات موشکی رژیم اسرائیل با ملاحظات منطقه و فرصت دادن به نقش سازمان ملل خیشتنداری قابل توجهی نشان داده بود، وقتی با مشاهده ادامه چراغ سبز کاخ سفید به تداوم جنایات رژیم اسرائیل و در نتیجه تداوم انفعال شورای امنیت در جلوگیری از حملات رژیم اسرائیل مواجه شد، دیگر به هیچ وجه نمی‌توانست در برابر حمله به سفارت و تعرض به حاکمیت خود صبر پیشه کند. بنابراین حمله نظامی 13 آوریل ایران اولاً کاملاً ضروری بود، چون ایران گزینه دیگری جز آن نداشت. دوم، ابتدای به ساکن نبود، بلکه در پاسخ به یک سلسله جنایات و حملات موشکی رژیم اسرائیل به منافع ایران، به ویژه به سفارت ما در خاک سوریه بود. سوم، در استیفای حق دفاع مشروع ایران تحت حقوق بین الملل صورت گرفت. چهارم، با رعایت معیار عدم تعرض به افراد و اماکن غیر نظامی این عملیات انجام شد. و پنجم، این عملیات صرفاً بر 2 مرکز و پایگاه نظامی رژیم اسرائیل که در حمله به سفارت ما از آن استفاده شدند متمرکز گردید. بنابراین از نظر گستره و ضرورت‌های نظامی نیز محدود و متناسب از آنجا که کاملا معلوم بود برخی حامیان رژیم اسرائیل که شریک مطلق کشتار مردم در غزه هستند، حتما به آن رژیم در تلاش برای خنثی‌سازی حمله ایران کمک خواهند کرد. لذا دفاع مشروع به گونه‌ای انجام شد تا نیل به هدف تضمین گردد. طراحی سنجیده، دقیق و حاوی پیام اقدام ما
The attack by my country's armed forces was limited and minimal, targeting only military bases and was in line with the international law and the principle of non-aggression against civilian areas to ensure proportionality and accurate execution to achieve the goals. Mr. President, I emphasize again, Iran's legitimate defense and countermeasures have been concluded. Therefore, the Israeli regime, the terrorist Israeli regime, must be compelled to stop any further military adventurism against our interests. Certainly, in case of any use of force by the Israeli regime and violating our sovereignty, the Islamic Republic of Iran will not hesitate a bit to assert its inherent right to give a decisive and proper response to it, to make the regime regret its actions. This is an unchangeable decision. Mr. President, I would like to make it abundantly clear and loudly in New York that Iran has always been a positive part of regional developments, treading the path of stabilizing peace and lasting security, including the fight against terrorism, and will have no reservations nor compromise at all with any party over our national security and interests, as well as the collective security in the sensitive region of West Asia. The Security Council must compel the rogue and rebel regime of Israel to immediately stop the war in Gaza. I would like to assure you, Mr. President, that the Islamic Republic of Iran will remain committed to promoting peace and stability in the region. As a matter of fact, when we talk about sustainable security and stability in the region and countering terrorism, it is impossible not to mention the very significant and prominent role played by Iran's Revolutionary Guards Corps, otherwise known as IRGC, in the fight against terrorism. One cannot fail to praise the dedication and selfless sacrifices made by its commanders, especially Major General Qasem Soleimani and Generals Zahedi and Rahimi and their companions who were killed in the recent missile attacks against our mission in Damascus. There is no doubt that sacrifices made by General Soleimani and IRGC in restoring peace to the region and rushing to the aid of the governments of people of Iraq and Syria is known to everyone. In this line, Iran's anti-terrorism military advisors will continue as mightily as ever their efforts to achieve lasting security in the region. Mr. President, the crimes of the Israeli regime during the past days in Gaza and other areas of occupied Palestine, as well as its attacks on other countries in the region, are indicative of several undeniable facts, including, number one, the attacks of this regime have all it takes to be construed as the crime of aggression, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and crime of genocide, and therefore the regime and its allies are fully responsible, and all the commanders, perpetrators, and supporters of those crimes must be held accountable and brought to justice for their atrocious crimes. Number two, the essence and nature of the Israeli regime is based on aggression, occupation, terror, and genocide. Therefore, all of its past actions, such as the so-called peace negotiations, the conclusion of the Abraham Accords, and the normalization of relations, were not only peaceful, but inherently and completely deceptive, and as a result, lacked any practical results to realize the inherent rights of the Palestinian nation. Number 3.
و مقاومت غزه و کرانه در بیش از 6 ماه گذشته بار دیگر ثابت کرد از بین بردن مقاومت فلسطین و حماس به عنوان یک حرکت آزادی بخش در مقابل اشغالگر توهمی بیش نیست. حمایت همه ملل منطقه و آزادی خواهان جهان از مقاومت ستودنی ملت فلسطین نیز ثابت کرد که این ملت در تحقق این حق ذاتی خود هرگز تنها نیست. اسرائیل یک دولت مشروع نیست، فقط یک قدرت اشغالگر است و گذشت زمان نیز هرگز به قدرت اشغالگر مشروعیت نمی‌بخشد، چرا که بر مبنای اصول شناخته شده حقوق بین‌الملل وضعیت اشغال یک سرزمین
of a land is temporary, even if it lasts for decades. Mr. President, the Security Council is strongly expected to shoulder its responsibility and adopt a comprehensive and decisive resolution under the 7th chapter of the United Nations Charter on the following matters. Number 1, establishing an immediate, complete, unconditional, and permanent ceasefire in all areas of Gaza, including in Rafah and the West Bank. Number 2, full lifting of human blockade against Gaza. Number 3, exchange of prisoners for humanitarian purposes. Number 4, obligating the regime to immediately and completely and unconditionally withdraw all military forces and their warfare equipment from Gaza and the necessity of the safe return of the people to their areas and places. Number 5, enforcing a comprehensive and immediate arms embargo against the Zionist regime. 6, supporting the legally binding provisional orders of the International Court of Justice and also providing the basis for the trial and accountability of all the commanders, perpetrators, and supporters of the Israeli crimes in Gaza and other occupied Palestinian territories due to widespread and heinous commission of genocide, the targeted killing of journalists,
نهادهای مردمی خدمات رسان، کاربرد مکرر سلاح‌های غیر متعارف از جمله بمب‌های فسفوری بر روی مردم غزه و تهدید مکرر مقامات رژیم اسرائیل به استفاده از بمب هسته‌ای بر روی غزه. مایلم مجدداً تاکید کنم که ریشه بحران خاورمیانه در اشغال سرزمین تاریخی فلسطین، حل جامع، عادلانه و دائمی آن نیز به فراهم آوردن زمینه لازم برای تحقق کامل و آزادانه حق مسلم ملت فلسطین در تعیین سرنوشت خویش از طریق برگزاری یک رفراندوم میان همه ساکنان اصیل فلسطین شامل مسیحیان، یهودیان و مسلمانان و با کمک سازمان ملل و ایجاد دولت فراگیر تاریخی و مادری فلسطین به پایتختی قدس شریف است. سخنانم را با شعری عالمگیر از سعدی، شعری که بر روی فرش اهدایی بافت ایران بر دیوار ساختمان
erected by Iran to adorn the wall of the United Nations building, the very same Iranian carpet that symbolizes the strategic patience, science, knowledge, art, and strength of Iran and all Iranians all over the world. Human beings are members of a whole in the creation of one essence and soul. If one member is afflicted with pain, other members uneasy will remain. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Amir Abdullahian for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. José Manuel Albares, Minister of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation of Spain.
Señor Presidente, miembros del Consejo de
members
Seguridad,
of the Security Council.
el pueblo palestino
The
tiene derecho a la
Palestinian
esperanza
people
y el pueblo
have a right
israelí
to
tiene
hope,
derecho a
and
la
the Israeli
seguridad.
people have a right to security.
Ese es el camino para la
This
paz
is the
y eso
way
es lo
to
que nos
peace, and
trae
this
hoy
is what
aquí.
brings us here today.
Estoy convencido de
I
que
fully
hay un
believe
camino
that there is
alternativo a
an
la violencia
alternative path to
permanente
the
y al
permanent
dolor sin
violence and
fin
the
entre pueblos
unending
llamados a
pain
convivir.
between peoples who should
El
live
pasado
side by
sábado,
side.
el inaceptable
Last
ataque
Saturday,
de Irán
Iran's
a Israel, que
unacceptable attack on
condenamos
Israel, which we
tajantemente,
categorically
nos ha
condemn,
situado un paso más cerca del
has
abismo.
brought us one step
En
closer
las
to the
próximas
abyss.
semanas, todas las
Over the
partes
next few
deben
weeks,
mostrar
all
contención
parties
para
must
frenar
exhibit
la
restraint
violencia y
to
sentar las
stem the
bases del
violence and
futuro
lay
en
the
paz
basis for
que nos trae a
the
este Consejo.
peaceful future, which is
El
what
riesgo de
brings us to
escalada
this
regional
council.
es más real que
The
nunca.
risk of
No
regional
hay otra
escalation is more
alternativa
pressing than ever.
que
There is
dirigir
no
nuestros
alternative other than to
esfuerzos
direct
hacia
our
una
efforts
solución
towards a
política.
political solution.
Para garantizar esa
To
paz,
guarantee this
todos
peace,
en esta mesa
all of us at this
sabemos
table
lo que
know
debemos
what we
hacer.
must do.
Aplicar la solución
Implement
de
the
dos
two-state
estados.
solution.
Hacer esa solución
Making this
irreversible
solution an
es hacer
irreversible one will
irreversible la
also
paz
make
en la
peace
región.
irreversible in the
Y hay una
region.
vía para lograrlo.
And there is a way to achieve
Reconocer a
this,
Palestina
to
como
recognize
uno más
Palestine
en
as
esta
one more member
organización
of
de las
this
Naciones
United
Unidas.
Nations organization.
Por eso, hoy mi voz y la
For
voz
this
de
reason, my
España
voice today and the
se
voice of
unen
Spain
a las de los que lo
joins
piden y
those who are
apoyan.
calling and for
La
this and
única
supporting
manera de
it.
poner fin
The
a este
only way
bucle
to
de
bring an
violencia
end to this
recurrente es
cycle
la
of
solución
recurrent
de los
violence
dos
is the
estados,
two-state solution,
asumida por el conjunto de la
assumed by the
comunidad
whole of the
internacional.
international community.
Y este es el
And
momento
now
de
is the
hacerlo
time to
posible.
make this possible.
Que la que todos reconocemos
So that
como
the
solución,
solution which we
un
all
Estado
recognize,
palestino
a
conviviendo
Palestinian state
junto al
living
Estado de Israel
alongside the state
en
of
paz y
Israel in
seguridad,
peace and security,
se convierta por fin
finally
en una
becomes a
realidad.
reality.
Que por fin
So
la
that
paz entre
finally,
israelíes y
peace
palestinos
between
se haga
Israelis and
realidad.
Palestinians becomes a
El
reality.
establecimiento del Estado
The
palestino
establishment of the
junto al Estado
Palestinian
de Israel
state
es sin
alongside the
duda
state
una
of Israel
cuestión
is without
de
doubt a
justicia,
question of justice,
pero también
but it is also
la única opción
the
viable
only
para la
viable
paz.
option for peace.
Por ello, España ha
For this
decidido
reason, Spain
sumarse
has
a los
decided to join the
139 países
139
que ya lo han
countries who
hecho
have
y
already done this
reconocerá al
and will
Estado
recognize
palestino.
the
Y
state
apoya
of
hoy en este
Palestine
Consejo
and
de Seguridad
support
su ingreso en las
its
Naciones
entry into the
Unidas.
United Nations today in the
España va a
Security Council.
reconocer al Estado palestino
Spain
porque el
will
pueblo
recognize the state
palestino
of
no
Palestine
puede
because the
estar
people of
condenado
Palestine
a
cannot
ser un
be
pueblo de
condemned to be a
refugiados.
people of refugees.
Porque es la vía a la paz en Oriente
Also
Medio.
because this is the way to
Porque es
peace in the
bueno
Middle East.
para la
Also
seguridad de
because this is
Israel.
good for the security of
España va a
Israel.
reconocer al Estado
Spain will
palestino
recognize
porque
a
tiene
Palestinian
derecho
state
a un
because
futuro
they
con
have a right
esperanza,
to a future with
al
hope.
igual que el pueblo de Israel
Just as
tiene
the
derecho
Israeli people
a un
have a
futuro en
right
paz
to
y
a future in
seguridad.
peace and
Y tras
security.
tantas décadas de
And
dolor,
following so many
sabemos
decades
que
of
no puede
pain,
haber lo
we
uno
know
sin
that
lo
one
otro.
cannot exist
La
without the
seguridad
other.
en Israel, la paz en la región,
Security in Israel
están
and
entrelazadas
peace in the
con la
region are
esperanza para el pueblo
intertwined with the
palestino
hope for the
de
Palestinian
tener un
people to
Estado.
have a state.
Ambos tienen derecho a ello.
Both have the right to this.
Exactamente el mismo
Exactly
derecho.
the same right.
España ha propuesto
Spain
la celebración
has
de una conferencia
proposed holding
internacional
an
de paz en el
international
más breve plazo,
peace conference
cuyo
as
objetivo
soon as
es avanzar
possible, whose
hacia la
aim would be to
materialización de esta
accomplish this
solución.
solution.
La Unión Europea ha hecho
The
suya
European
nuestra
Union
propuesta y
has
también lo han
aligned
hecho
itself with this
la Liga de
proposal, as
Estados
have the League
Árabes
of
y la
Arab States
Organización de
and the
Cooperación
Organization of
Islámica.
Islamic
En
Cooperation.
total, más de 80
In
países.
all, over 80
Invito a este
countries.
Consejo y al Secretario General de Naciones Unidas a hacer suya la propuesta para que la diplomacia multilateral en acción contribuya a abrir una nueva página de la historia en Oriente Medio, la de la paz definitiva. Y la mejor forma de proteger y de garantizar que se va a aplicar esta solución de dos estados es admitir ya al Estado de Palestina como miembro pleno de esta Organización de Naciones Unidas. Esto implica su reconocimiento por parte de todos, como lo han hecho ya la inmensa mayoría de sus miembros y como lo va a hacer España. No podemos esperar más.
We cannot wait any
En mayo
longer.
de 1948, 3 años después de la conferencia de San Francisco que dio origen a esta organización, Naciones Unidas lanzaba su primera operación de mantenimiento de la paz, la primera de la historia, hace 76 años. Y aquella primera misión de mantenimiento de la paz fue precisamente en Palestina. No hay ningún problema más antiguo al que se haya enfrentado esta organización. ¿Cuánto más debemos esperar para solventarlo? Cientos de miles de personas, familias enteras, niños, están en estos momentos privadas de alimento, de agua, de medicinas, de alojamiento. ¿Cuánto más deben esperar? Hay más de 100 rehenes en manos de Hamás. ¿Cuántos más días deben esperar ellos y sus familias para volver a casa? Desde aquel horrible 7 de octubre, la violencia se ha llevado la vida de 1.200 israelíes y de más de 32.000 palestinos. ¿Cuántas más vidas inocentes deben malograrse? Hoy además existe un riesgo de extensión del conflicto y de desestabilización regional con consecuencias geopolíticas, económicas y humanitarias imprevisibles. La escalada debe detenerse. La espiral de violencia debe parar. El pueblo palestino debe tener su lugar en esta asamblea y un Estado propio. Y también el lugar y la existencia de Israel debe ser reconocido por todos aquellos que aún no lo han hecho. Es de justicia para Palestina, es la mejor garantía de seguridad para Israel y es la primera y fundamental condición para un futuro de paz en la región. Y eso, paz, justicia, esperanza y futuro son los valores que vale la pena que este Consejo de Seguridad defienda y apoye. Así lo hace y lo hará España por la paz, por la justicia y por pura humanidad.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Alvarez for his statement. There is still a number of speakers remaining on my list for this meeting. I intend, with the concurrence of members of the Council, to suspend the meeting until 3 in the afternoon. This meeting is suspended.
Buenos días. Acabo de intervenir ante el Consejo de Seguridad de las Naciones Unidas hablando claramente en favor de la entrada como miembro de pleno derecho de Palestina en esta organización. Hoy España ha dado un paso más hacia el reconocimiento de Palestina, que no es un paso cualquiera. Es un paso firme y decidido aquí en la sede de las Naciones Unidas que lanza un mensaje muy claro a la comunidad internacional. Para sentar las bases de la paz en la región tenemos que reconocer el Estado palestino. Admitir al Estado palestino como miembro de pleno derecho de esta organización de Naciones Unidas implica el reconocimiento de todos, como lo han hecho ya la inmensa mayoría de sus miembros y como lo va a hacer España.
España decidió ya hace meses tomar este camino del que ya recorre sus últimos tramos. Hemos asumido también un liderazgo que nos ha llevado a coordinarnos con otros países que quieren también pasar a ser parte de la larga lista, ya 139 estados, que han reconocido ya a Palestina, entre ellos 9 de la Unión Europea. España se sitúa como uno de los que considera que Palestina debe ser miembro de las Naciones Unidas con el ánimo de seguir trabajando para que los dos estados, Palestina e Israel, convivan por fin en paz y en seguridad. Creemos que este es el momento, porque ahora es cuando está en riesgo de manera más cruda la paz y la estabilidad en todo Oriente Medio. Por eso no podemos demorarnos más. El reciente ataque de Irán contra Israel, que condenamos rotundamente, lo he hecho también ante el Consejo de Seguridad, nos lleva a confirmar la urgencia de avanzar hacia la solución de la guerra en Gaza para detener esta escalada de tensión que entre todos debemos ayudar a poner fin. Y lo hacemos por 3 razones. En primer lugar, porque es una cuestión de justicia y de la más elemental humanidad, y es la mejor alternativa al extremismo y el terror. En segundo lugar, porque pone en pie de igualdad a las partes para encarar la conclusión de unas negociaciones de paz que llevan demasiado tiempo en punto muerto. Y en tercer lugar, porque este apoyo hoy a Palestina en las Naciones Unidas y su reconocimiento es coherente con nuestro compromiso con la convivencia pacífica entre las naciones, con el derecho internacional y con la propia Carta de las Naciones Unidas, que tiene validez universal. Esos son algunos de los argumentos que ya hemos explicado y trasladado a muchos países, y con ellos buscamos el mejor momento para plantear el reconocimiento de Palestina. Hoy he tenido la oportunidad de comprobar ya aquí, en las Naciones Unidas, que la voluntad política de España es compartida por muchos otros países, como es compartido el objetivo común que perseguimos: paz, estabilidad, seguridad, prosperidad para todos los países y para todos los pueblos de Oriente Medio. Estoy manteniendo encuentros bilaterales con el secretario general de Naciones Unidas, Antonio Guterres, con el comisario general de UNRWA, Philippe Lazzarini, el secretario general adjunto del Departamento de Operaciones de Paz, Jean-Pierre Lacroix, y también con algunos de mis colegas, como el colega jordano y el brasileiro. Contención, cese de la violencia, sentar las bases de un futuro en paz es lo que ha venido hoy a pedir España aquí, a las Naciones Unidas. Y no hemos venido con las manos vacías. Tenemos un potente instrumento para lograrlo: la Conferencia Internacional de Paz que España impulsa junto a la Unión Europea y muchos otros países. He aprovechado mi intervención precisamente para invitar al Consejo de Seguridad y al Secretario General de las Naciones Unidas a que también hagan suya esta propuesta española de una conferencia de paz. Tenemos en estos momentos la oportunidad de abrir una nueva página de la historia en Oriente Medio que desde luego España no va a desaprovechar. Trabajaremos para que a esa conferencia de paz acudan todas las partes con la misma legitimidad, que Israel y Palestina se sienten a la mesa como estados con igual capacidad para alcanzar una solución política. No hay otra salida. En cuanto consigamos lo que queremos en el inmediato, un alto el fuego, la única forma de consolidarlo y de poner fin a este bucle de violencia recurrente es que todos asumamos, defendamos y apliquemos sin demora la solución de 2 estados. Es de justicia para Palestina, es la mejor garantía para la seguridad de Israel y es la primera condición para lograr la paz en la región, a la que desde luego España no va a renunciar nunca.
Ministro, quisiera saber lo que opina usted del discurso del ministro de Irán y las amenazas que hizo sobre Israel.
Lo rechazamos completamente, como rechazamos el ataque de Irán a Israel, y lo hemos condenado con rotundidad y lo he vuelto a hacer en la sala del Consejo de Seguridad de Naciones Unidas. Lo que nosotros queremos es un futuro de convivencia, de buena vecindad, de paz y de prosperidad para un Estado palestino junto al Estado de Israel. Y de la misma forma que hoy he hablado a favor de la entrada de Palestina como miembro de las Naciones Unidas y vamos a reconocer el Estado palestino, deseamos que todos aquellos que no lo han hecho aún reconozcan el Estado de Israel y así lo he señalado también en mi intervención ante el Consejo de Seguridad. Última pregunta. Sí.
¿Teme que el apoyo claro de España a la membresía de Palestina y el reconocimiento que va a hacer en breve le cueste su relación con Estados Unidos a España?
No, en absoluto. En absoluto. Yo creo que la posición del Gobierno de España es muy conocida. Era una de las promesas del programa electoral del Partido Socialista. Es parte del programa de coalición, del Gobierno de coalición progresista. Está dentro de la resolución que adoptaron todas las fuerzas políticas en España en 2014 y ha sido sobradamente anunciado. En absoluto, yo creo que todo el mundo entiende que el reconocimiento del Estado de Palestina busca la justicia para el pueblo de Palestina, pero también busca las legítimas garantías de seguridad para Israel y, ante todo, la paz en todo Oriente Medio. Muchas gracias. Tengo que seguir con las reuniones. Gracias.
Tyler Hesed.